it's working. I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Can you hear me?
Can everyone hear us? Just a little bit. No, for us. It's so nice to see everyone in the room. And as in every great classroom, we have free seats at the front. So I welcome you to come closer. We don't bite. Do we?
No.
No.
Normally not.
Normally not. At this side as well. It's so empty. Hello. It's not working. Hi. I went dead. Yes. Mine's off now. Nochmal? Ja. Okay.
I don't think mine's on.
You're not on.
You know about the presents?
Yeah.
So you give me a sari? I think it's not on.
Excellent. There's plenty of space here at the front.
Welcome everybody. Can you hear me? No.
Wait. Okay, everyone, please find your seats. It's 1 o'clock.
Welcome everybody. Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Woo!
Yay! Woo. I'll come and join you.
Please find your seats. Tray tables away, seats forward.
Seats upright. Welcome, everyone. Come on, come on, come on. Find your seats.
Are you doing a safety demonstration?
Well, I think practically everyone's there. Let's
Who's
see.
at the back there?
Still having lunch.
Few people loitering. Yeah.
I will. Safer. Excellent. I think, Tristan, everyone's about here.
Shall we start?
Yes, it's 1:01. It's time.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Welcome, everyone. We're so pleased to have you here on the 6th of November in Berlin, our 20th anniversary. I'm Norma, network representative for the Netherlands and Flanders.
I'm Tristan, network representative for the UK and Ireland.
And we have a marvelous program set out for you. Now, if you apologize, I can't really see. Really happy that you managed to come here to rekindle ties, meet people that you haven't seen for a long time, and get a good feel for what and who amfori is at this moment in time. So as I said, we're celebrating our 20th anniversary today, and we're also looking at the future. What developments and what opportunities for you as our members and stakeholders?
We have got a very busy and exciting day ahead. We've got fantastic guests, brilliant panels, very practical presentations, but we also want your involvement, so do remember to either put your questions into your phones or raise your hand and we'll come to you.
Exactly, and now I'm just wondering, because we didn't get the clicker for the slides.
We didn't get the clicker for
We
the
didn't get the
slides.
clicker. Sorry. There we go. Yeah.
A little bit of housekeeping. I'm sure as responsible sourcing experts, you all took note of the fire exits as you came in. I will test you later. If there is an emergency, they are at the back, also here, and I think there's one there. If you need the toilet, they are through there. And if they're full, then you can go down one level, and there's more toilets down there as well. Remember, when you come back tomorrow, you have to sign in. The reason is that if you don't sign in and there's a fire, we will leave you to burn. So remember to do that.
Excellent. So, I'm just going to check. Is it working?
It's working. It's working.
It's working. Yes.
Oh yes, that's the agenda I was going to take you through.
Yeah.
So, in a moment, we're having a keynote from the Minister from BAFA, who's sitting down here. Then we have a panel discussion, Global Perspectives on ESG Due Diligence. Don't worry, there is then a coffee break. After that, we have 2 presentations on the due diligence journey in practice, really practical session. Then we have a really interesting panel discussion, the power of collective remediation for zero tolerance of violations in the supply chain. And then we are going on to our last panel discussion, the case for corporate responsibility reporting. And then we have some concluding remarks. And then you're all going to go out there and talk to each other and network.
Excellent. And just before with the program, just to give you a slight reminder of who and what we are. So at amfori, we believe in a world where people, planet, and profit go hand in hand. It's a world in which trade serves a purpose, delivering social, environmental, and economic benefits for everyone. So feel the vibe, hold that thought, and as we said, we'd like to encourage you to talk about what's happening here today. We assume that all of you are very proficient in working social media. So we have a couple of hashtags for you to use today. And here they are. Amfori ESG, CSR to ESG, because that's today's transition, and Amfori Event 2023. So again, we highly encourage you to post. Now, without further ado, Linda, our amfori president, I invite you to step up.
Thank you. Guten Tag, a warm welcome to Amfori's annual event, and as already said, from CSR to ESG due diligence. A warm welcome to our members, our partners, our stakeholders, the Amfori team, former Amfori colleagues, and maybe potentially new Amfori colleagues, but also Amfori colleagues from other industry initiatives. It's great that you are all here. And it's not that you're only here in this room, but you also have participants online, and they can follow us today as well as tomorrow. It's great that you show interest in what we do at Amfori, and the work we do at Amfori is not something that we as Amfori team do alone. We do that with our members, with their suppliers, which you call business partners, with our partners in general, as well as with our stakeholders. We really believe that sharing is caring, as that is what really drives progress. The title of our event, From CSR to ESG Due Diligence, reflects the shift we see from within as well as from outside the business community. It also reflects the strategic direction we at Amfori took and many of our members are taking, which means that we're moving from doing good to doing the right thing and making things right. Sustainability is the topic of the hour. A company that takes a balanced approach towards planet, people, and profit will be sustainable. The E, the S, and the G are all 3 equally important and essential pillars of sustainability. Without good governance, we cannot take good care of our people. And when we ignore our planet, we also negatively impact people. So we need to focus on how they are interconnected and intertwined rather than working in silos. ESG is also not just about reporting, as much it is not only about financial risk, where many of us know due diligence from in the early days. It's about driving positive impact. That is why we talk about ESG due diligence, and that is much more than only audits. At Amfori, we have aligned our organization this year, and the new structures help us to deliver on helps us to focus on delivering practical solutions to helping our members understand as well as improve the environmental, social, and governance performance of their supply chains. We do this through our product Amfori BCI and Amfori BEPI, and continue underpinning those with capacity building. And that is focused very much on the suppliers of our members. And that is something that is not always well understood. We will continue advocating for sustainable trade. And we have launched our supply chain grievance mechanism, Speak for Change, this year in Turkey, India and Bangladesh, after we successfully piloted and implemented in Vietnam. And we will continuously and progressively scale up to make sure that all the main sourcing countries will have the Speak for Change system, tools and processes set up. I already mentioned that ESG due diligence is much more than audits. Audits are a tool in the toolbox that needs to be complemented by many more activities that focus on continuous improvement to bring long-lasting change. That is why we have an amfori QMI, as quality management is an essential component of a company's good governance practices and helps to ensure that a product is not only of good quality, but is also made with respect for people and the environment. That's also why we launched our revised amfori risk compass to help our members understand the ESG risks that impact their operations and prioritize their actions, but is also expected as part of good governance. And that is also why we continue to offering via amfori Insights data to understand what you do, help you prioritize and take action. What is it that we observe? 2023 until now has been another year full of complexities and challenges that businesses and societies had to navigate, from operating in conflict-affected and high-risk areas, and unfortunately, these are growing, as well as exposure to really extreme weather conditions and devastating natural events. Managing a supply chain is no easy task. I think everyone within this room recognizes that. It's complex and it only gets more complex. And supply chain management, doing that well, is a profession in itself. Globalization will not come to a halt, but diversification and agility is very much being asked for. Part of my work, and that's a very pleasant part of my work, is visiting members in countries, visiting suppliers in countries across the globe, but also understanding their priorities, their concerns, what is it that keeps them up at night, also see how amfori can help them. Because this really gives me good insights as well as good energy, because that is the only way with listening that we can continue to improve our offering here. When talking to people, to business owners, to stakeholders, there's a mixture of concern and not understanding with regards to legislation that is coming, but also, I would say, really strong determination to make sure that whatever it takes, they will do to stay in business and see this as an opportunity. So we have here an opportunity to work on changing the narrative around due diligence, to prevent that robust due diligence being seen as a trade barrier, to push the global south out of business, as that is what I heard very frequently, unfortunately. And yes, there's legislation to comply with. And yes, there is much more legislation to come to comply with, as well as there are stakeholder expectations that we all need to fulfill. But first and foremost, focusing on ESG makes good business sense. And that's the positive driver for business. It has been proven, there's no doubt about it anymore, there's enough evidence, enough studies, enough research that those companies that include sustainability in their business decision making puts them and making sure that sustainability is at equal footage with all the other business KPIs one need to meet. Those companies are more resilient, they become more attractive for people to join as well as to stay, but also they deliver better results. And isn't that what we all want? We can also help business when we speak about ESG due diligence in more understandable language. In the Netherlands, where I'm from, we call that Jip en Janneke taal. And this means that every child needs to understand what we're talking about. So please use a language that everyone can follow. And we need to help them by giving them a step-by-step approach to follow to make it easy. on their journey towards due diligence. And we should focus more on prevention and less on mitigation, as that is a much wiser investment. And that brings me to the how, and that's collaboration. Collaboration is crucial to achieve all this. So we have to strengthen our collaboration. It's not a nice thing to have, it's a necessity. Collaboration is in the DNA of amfori. It's the cornerstone of due diligence. And amfori was really born out of this vision that we have to collaborate to drive positive action on the ground. And avoid duplication and share expertise. Sharing is caring. This year, 2023, marks the 20th anniversary of the amfori BSCI, and it saw its light by a collective initiative coming from Germany. It's a very important milestone in our work today, and it will continue being so. This morning I was kicking off a project group meeting of BSCI, that is, I would say, long-standing project group, where they continue to look into what is it that we can do better in improving amfori BSCI to make sure it stays fit for purpose and aligns very well with the OECD due diligence cycle. We want to take stock of our experience to date, improve and look ahead. That's what amfori stands for. And collaboration can take different shapes and different forms, just to name a few. Engaging with our peers to share knowledge, pool data, but also create leverage. Engaging with other industry schemes to look at ways to integrate our respective work, avoid duplication, because that's what business and our members expect from us. And our board wants us to be very bold here, and I really appreciate that. But also engaging with stakeholders, such as you today, who really I invite to continue being our critical friend. Dare to challenge us, because that brings better results and makes us better tomorrow. At amfori, we really understand the role that we play. We are of this juncture of policy, businesses, and societal expectations. And we do not take that role lightly, but we do take it with a lot of passion to drive forward. We feel we have a responsibility vis-à-vis our members, but also our stakeholders. Our work is about translating expectations, societal as well as legislation, into concrete solutions that support businesses to do the job. And what's the job all about? It's about understanding and then managing a company's role in society, including its impact, both positive as well as negative. It is very clear that business will need a nice bouquet of solutions, not just a one-size-fits-all solution. And that's where collaboration, system-to-system recognition, and partnerships will play an ever more important role. Yes, legislation is increasing. Some countries have already taken clear steps. Germany, we will hear much more about that by our next speaker here. And others will follow, if that will be at European level or at country level. But I always tell, whenever I'm out there, there's no need to wait until any future legislation is coming clear, because we know what to do. We already have international standards on responsible business conduct that have been around for, I would say, at least a decade, that are also being the foundation of this new legislation. So everyone can already start now without maybe knowing all the details of the CSDDD to come. What we need to do here more, and that's coming back to the narrative, is what are the benefits for companies and therefore also for people, planet and society if we embrace that one. And I think ultimately, there's one question for us to answer here. Who do we want to be? Do we want to be reactive and wait, or do we be proactive, start and shape? I hope that at the end of this conference, you all will go home and say, yes, I'm going to be proactive. Yes, I want to be at the forefront and shape what needs to happen. Let me end by thanking the amfori team, who really, put a lot of work and effort in building this conference. So can I ask all the amfori team members here in the room to stand up? There are some amfori members who are working behind the scenes. Also for them, that applause, that really counts. We will be around. Approach them in the coffee breaks, for any questions, observations, or advice that you may have. I really wish you an inspiring conference. Again, dare to challenge us, but also enjoy it, because if we don't enjoy it, that's a waste of everyone's time then. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Linda, and we're looking forward to shaping the future in collaboration with you all. Which takes me to our next speaker. Now, unfortunately, Dr. Bärbel Koffler wasn't able to join us today because she's ill. And unfortunately, other representatives today were not available either at the other office or traveling. So I'm very pleased to welcome Mr. Reinhard Juncker, who is responsible for, is the head at the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. He helped negotiate the LKSG, the German Supply Chain Act, and is now involved in the negotiations for the CSDDD. Now, after the German law passed, he focused primarily on expanding support measures for companies and other stakeholders in global supply chains, including multi-stakeholder initiatives. The floor is yours.
Many thanks.
Thanks.
First of all, I'd like again to convey the excuses of our Parliamentary Secretary of State, Mrs. Kofler, who got ill yesterday. And everybody in the hierarchy between her and me was unavailable today, be it because they are in Copenhagen, or be it they are at the second siege of our ministry in Bonn. So I'm here now today to present. When I was sitting at home 3 hours ago, and I was asked if I could take over and give the speech, my printer didn't work. So you can imagine the mood I was in when I was asked, but I said also from a technical perspective, it's important that we show off here and demonstrate our respect to you companies here engaged in amfori, and that we really honorize all the engagement commitment that you give, not only since the law is active now here in Germany, but already for 20 years. I think that is remarkable, and that needs all our gratitude that I would like to convey here. Yes, I didn't really have much time to read the speech in advance, so I ask you to be polite when judging about my further performance now. Bearing in mind one thing that is important, I always have to stress this, it is that the lawmakers installed with the Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz not a duty to succeed, but only a duty to make an effort. So be always aware of this. I think it's very important to understand the concept of due diligence altogether, and also to be polite with me. So first point was convey our gratitude and our respect for the engagement that you all give since 20 years. Second is, mentioning that amfori Business and Association, Social Compliance Initiative, the BSCI, is 20 years old now, so that is also something to celebrate. And I would like to extend our warmest congratulations for this performance. You are front runners, you are pioneers in this section, and that it's very important also for us as lawmakers and policymakers that we can always demonstrate that there are companies who are doing it and who demonstrate it is possible if you only start. And then we can also say it's always good to start early and not at the latest stage. So then you are front runners and you can also profit from the engagement that you give. Yeah, I was asked to talk about the political landscape and the changing political landscape. I started in this section around about 3.5 years ago. At that time, together with Mr. Beger, by the way, who is also sitting in front here, we drafted the cornerstones for German national legislation. At that time, everybody said, oh, poor guy, this is going to be a nice try, but he will never succeed. And it's so interesting and so fascinating to see where we got now, 3.5 years later. We have a German act now in place. European legislation is to come. And you also have to bear in mind that EU legislation will also be applied to companies from abroad who are importing to the European internal market. And so there's a certain global radiance, so to speak, with this legislation to come. And I think we really got a far way. Now, thinking about that, you already started 20 years ago. I think that's ages ago. And you can see how much you were in front of all the developments that are taking place now. Yeah, the second cornerstone I would like to mention is UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. They were adopted in 2011, and then we also adopted the Agenda 2030 for global development, sustainable development. Both agreements build on the observation that if you want really to cope with all the risks and challenges in terms of sustainability, we need to work together. We need all players on board to make this world a more sustainable one. And there is a political, how to say, it is important that both governments and companies they need to work together and play their parts in a system of, let's call it, shared responsibility. Many companies are already doing a lot, taking responsibility as a matter of course. Responsibility for their own employees, for the people in their supply chains, for the climate and the environment. However, challenges remain immense. From agriculture to the mining sector, unacceptable working conditions prevail in many places. More than 160 million children are working. Countless people cannot afford their living from their work. For example, an untrained garment worker in Bangladesh earns around 90 euros a month, while the average living costs for a family amounts to around 290 euros. So there's a huge gap that needs to be closed. Many women are also subjected to gender-based violence in the workplace. That is also something we can't accept. And this is why we need legal regulations now to protect the people and the planet, as Linda just said, in global supply chains. And this is a political responsibilities that we also took over. And this is why the German federal government has launched or introduced the German Supply Chain Act. This act marks a paradigm shift. Instead of voluntary commitments, large companies in Germany are now legally required to ensure that human rights are respected throughout their supply chains. Many other countries in Europe have adopted similar legislations, including France, Switzerland, or the Netherlands. Together, we are breaking new ground. The German supply chain law has been in force about 10 months now. And we can already see the first changes, and that this is having an impact. Linda just mentioned it somehow. Protecting human rights in supply chains has now become a top priority for management and for many companies. Due diligence has moved from CSR departments to the purchasing departments, and that means into the heart of every company. And I think that's a cultural change that is very important for us, and that is what we were aiming for a long time. This is just a first indication. It is too early now to see in how far our legislation will also have an impact on the ground. But you can already see some changes. But with the first reports that will be presented to BAFA, our controlling authority, we will see much more ongoing. And with initiatives like yours, who are also working on the ground and changing the situation on the ground for the workers and the farmers in global supply chains at the beginning of our supply chains, we will see a change soon. I'm very sure about that. Now, we also have a lot of changes on the European level. The German government, we are currently at the height of negotiations in Brussels for the EU due diligence directive. And the German government is pushing for the conclusion of these negotiations, and we support the Spanish presidency in this endeavor, hoping that we will reach to an agreement by the end of this year. And it's also very good, I have really to stress this is important for us, that also initiatives like amfori are raising their voice and are also advocating for an ambitious EU legislation. And this is very much appreciated, and we encourage all companies to do so, to advocate for ambitious legislation. This is good for the workers, but it's also good for you who are the front runners, that all the other companies who do not care so much about due diligence up to now, they are also obliged to do more in this regard. This is also a question of establishing a level playing field for you as a representative of companies. Yeah, we also need European legislation because we want a bigger lever to improve the situation on the ground. If there's only a German company, let's say in Bangladesh, who is asking for due diligence requirement, a factory for textiles may say, well, if you are so strong, ambitious, do that alone. I will move to another buyer from another country. But when all European companies all together ask for the same requirements, then it becomes existential, also for factory managers in partner countries. You may even say that performing good in terms of due diligence and in the respect of human rights becomes an important criteria for the access to the European market altogether. And I think that is something where EU legislation can really have a good impact. I'm often in partner countries explaining to government representatives and also to companies what Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz is about. And when I'm explaining, they stay polite and they're hearing and hearing, nodding and nodding. But when I say, okay, that's only the first stage, but soon we will have EU legislation and all EU companies will ask for the same requirements, then they all start to write down. And there you see it's becoming really important also for them. And that's something why we are also in the federal government advocating so much for a joint EU legislation. I think you understand why. For us, as a development ministry, it is clear that the focus needs to be on the right holders, on the workers and the farmers in the global supply chains. And that means, first of all, in our partner countries. We sometimes forget, when we're talking about the obligations for companies here in Europe, that in the end, the whole legislation is about an impact on the ground. And then you also stressed this. It's not about bureaucratic burden, and it's not about reporting. It is about having an impact, and that means improving the working and living conditions of millions and millions of people around the world who rather suffer from globalization than profit from it. And I think that's very important to bear in mind when we're discussing these issues here. For us at BMZ, it's important that we engage stakeholders. We in Germany, in the Netherlands, and in other European countries, we can't judge on what is the highest risk, the most predominant risk for the workers in the supply chains. And we don't know what is the best mitigation method for them. It's important that we ask them, the workers and the farmers, what are the most dangerous risks for you, and what are the most the best or the most effective prevention that we can take in order to improve your working and your living. For us at BMZ, it's also important that we have in this EU directive something said about living wages and living income. For us, this is really a crucial point in the negotiations, where we can also improve compared to the German law, where we don't have settled so much on this issue. This is something we want to solve on European level, that we make sure that living wages are paid along the supply chain. And that means that companies also need to work on their purchasing practices. They need to be fair and sustainable. Those practices need to give the room for maneuver for companies from supplying countries, so that they can also implement what is in our directive, and that they can pay fair wages to their workers. I think that's also the easiest way to demonstrate that legislation is working and that we have a real impact in our partner countries. In addition to the supply chain legislation I was talking about, there are also other new regulations coming up on European level. For example, the Sustainability Reporting Directive, or the Directive on deforestation-free supply chains. Negotiations around the forced labor regulations are also underway. So there's a lot coming up, as Linda already stressed. I can tell you from the side of the federal government, of course, we do not want demand from companies more that they can do. And we want to avoid any duplication in the reporting and in any other obligation. That's for sure. We try to make it as harmonized as possible. The federal government is also looking into the question in how far we can relieve the burden for companies. For BMZ, there's only one point that is crucial. That is, any relief for companies here in Europe does not go on the extent of the workers and the farmers on the ground. There we need to find a balanced approach, and I think we can move forward there jointly and in a constructive dialogue. We therefore also encourage companies to seize the opportunities that come with this legislation. The opportunity to implement new requirements at an early stage and thus gain a competitive advantage compared to others. The opportunity to create transparency and continually improve their own processes. And last but not least, as Linda also said, demonstrate that there is also something in for the company itself in terms of economic opportunities. There is an annual conference I attended now for the third or the fourth time, taking place in Mannheim. When it was there for the first time 3 or 4 years ago, everybody was still complaining about the legislation to come. The following years, companies, they ask, what exactly do you mean with substantiated knowledge? They started to get into the details. And was really fascinated when I got there this year, because then there were 200 cracks, so to speak, who were now in charge of implementing German legislation into their companies. And I realized that the tone has changed a lot. They weren't asking fundamental questions anymore, but they wanted to know what can we do to improve the IT solutions that we are coming up with. How can we use the level of transparency that we get now into our supply chains? Also, for example, to make sure that our security of supply is secured. And they are also now introducing risk analyst tools in terms of geopolitical risks, for example. And there's really something starting that's very interesting. And I think it's also very important. I would like to talk more about this, but maybe we come back on this when I'm responding to your questions. That is, that the market is also reacting. Yeah? many companies and service providers are coming up now with advices, packages, or with IT tools to offering to companies who are falling under the scope of the law. And that's very fascinating to see how companies are now seeing also a business case in this regard. But I'm here talking to you about the role of multi-stakeholder initiatives. And I think the whole government does so. We are supporting multi-stakeholder initiatives. We think that they are playing a very important, a crucial role when it comes to the implementation of due diligence requirements. Initiatives like amfori, but also sector-wide other initiatives, they can play an important role when it comes to the question of translating the general due diligence requirements to specific sectors, prioritizing the risks, which are the most important ones, define together in a stakeholder dialogue also the most effective prevention measures, and last but not least, also take collective action when it comes to the implementation of those measures. This is very important for BMZ, for the whole federal government, and I think this also will be fixed in the EU legislation, that multi-stakeholder initiatives are playing a very important role. One of those measures, of course, are grievance mechanisms, best sector-wide. And here I also learned that amfori is a front runner in setting up this program, Speak for Change. And I think here again we can see that you are front runners and that you can profit from these experiences also in other parts of your actions. And this is something I would also like to congratulate, that you started early and you are now very much advanced, and you are not only talking about setting up, but also about expanding, improving, and working on the lessons that you have already learned. The German government is taking a strong stand in the negotiations for the due diligence directive to ensure that initiatives like this play a central role in the legislation and its implementation. For example, as platforms for information exchange, for joint preventive measures, or for shared grievance mechanisms. And we're also promoting new ideas like, for example, audit pooling. Also, so we try to really set up, bring into the discussion in Brussels new ideas how we really put in value multi-stakeholder initiatives, because they can really play an important role. Well, the theme of this year's amfori annual event is from CSR to CSG due diligence. I'm convinced that this is precisely the right path. Companies need to take their responsibility for people and the environment, not as a voluntary extra, but as a central part of their business activities. This benefits everyone, including the companies themselves. So we are happy to work together with you, to follow you in this endeavor, and learn also from your experiences when we are advocating for strong multi-stakeholder representation. And we are looking very much forward to the further exchange with you. Many thanks.
Mr. Juncker, if I can invite you to stay on the stage for a couple of minutes, because we would like to ask you one more question.
Sure.
Yeah, I can give it younger.
Wow.
Maybe not here. I will take a step back, I think, here, just to make sure it doesn't... Is it? No, okay, now it's good. There is many questions that we have in the room, but also know that we are short in time. And I just want to start with saying thank you very much for stepping in. And as I already said to you when we shook hands earlier, I don't think you are a substitute, because you are very instrumental in bringing the Lieferkettenzollversicherung that in Germany. So, you know, we're really very glad having you here and leading us through it. But what keeps, yeah, I would say big applause here. You did a good job. But what we hear from our members, and especially from our German members here, with regard to the Lieferketten- und Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz, how do we make sure that it doesn't become, I say, a tick-in-the-box exercise, compliance only, because that was not the intention, but that it really is going to bring positive change on the ground? So what is the tools you have in your toolbox, and what's the focus here?
Many thanks. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to talk about other tools. But we also see this risk of tick-boxing exercise when implementing due diligence regulation, especially when we see that there are many IT solutions coming up now that somehow try to sell that if you're only following the steps here in this digital program, then you can fulfill your due diligence obligations at once. Of course, this is not the case. Due diligence, it's, as I already said, a concept of shared responsibility. We want our companies to get into a dialogue with their suppliers and to work together on the solution of the problems. And their IT solutions can help to start, but when it comes to the impact on the ground that we want to assure, then of course IT solutions are not the only solution, but you need to go further. We see this risk with this upcoming IT solutions, and this is why also we as a federal government, we also ask BAFA to take care about this, and perhaps also to present some more guidances so that companies can see what they have to take care about when they choose their IT solutions, their box-ticking tools, so to speak, what they can deliver and what they cannot deliver, making sure that, we're talking about a shared responsibility and getting in touch with companies on the ground. And I think it's very important to really understand what due diligence is about. You know? It's not that any company is screening its supply chain network and tries to get rid of all the suppliers where there may be risks. That is not the concept. The concept is that due diligence is a management process. Yeah? You can start from a low level where cooperation with your partner is risky, but the idea is that together with him, you try to improve the situation on the ground. And this is why I'd like to talk about the due diligence concept as a B2B development concept. Yeah? That businesses work together in order to improve the situation on the ground. And you can learn a lot about it. And I think it's also good for companies if they follow this spirit, because this helps them also to close the ties with the suppliers and have a long-term relationship with them.
Off you go.
Thank you very much, Juncker. I was particularly interested to hear a couple of things I think were key takeaways from your speech. I think that really, 3 things. Really interesting that you said it's important to ask workers, both what the risks are for them, but also the prevention measures. The other thing that I thought was really crucial was saying you need to relieve the burden on companies in terms of reducing duplication, but not at the cost of progress on the ground. And thirdly, perhaps unsurprisingly, I thought it was really interesting that you said multi-stake initiatives like amfori were playing an important role for translating the requirements in terms of prioritization, prevention measures, and collaborative action. So thank you. You're a definite upgrade. Well done.
Many thanks.
We have many homes, but our home in Brussels is where a big part of our team is. So thank you very much for stepping in last moment, freeing up your agenda. I don't know if you've got time afterwards to stay on. If so, you're most welcome. Some nice chocolates, because Brussels and Belgium without chocolates, that can't happen. But also a nice, I would say, story tile that tells a bit of a story about Brussels. You will be there very frequently. So you will recognize, I would say, some of the landmarks there, just to remember us. And thanks again for being with us.
So, due diligence isn't just a topic for Germany, of course, or even just for the EU, or even just for the UK, despite Brexit. It's also for the rest of the world. So, for our next panel discussion, we'll be talking about global perspectives in ESG due diligence in value chains, and our distinguished panelists will build on some of those observations made as a result of amfori's engagement in the B20 discussion at the recent G20 meetings. So I would like to invite our distinguished panelists onto the stage here. We have...
Not so much on that, but let me kind of step in over here, if I may. And with that, I would actually like to say good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us today. I actually would love to talk to you a bit before we actually go up onto the stage and go into a bit of discussion, but maybe we talk a bit amongst us first. So, you know, as Tristan already very kindly introduced the topic of the panel, Global Perspectives on ESG Due Diligence in Value Chains, I have a question for everybody. What is ESG? Who understands ESG? Some very simple but very complex letters out there. So what is ESG? Any inputs? Please be comfortable to raise your hand and, tell me what you think ESG really is all about. Really? Okay. I would maybe just come to you with the mic if it's okay. Do you have a perspective on ESG?
I think I do, and I should. It's a shared responsibility, as the previous actually from the previous speech, and it's a shared responsibility for business advancement and also protection of the planet with people, despite the people, with people, and also protection of environment. So it's a whole package. We should really take the whole package, not leave one out of the package.
Wow, thank you so much. There were some really profound thoughts there. Whole package, ESG, just for everyone that did not get it. E for environment, S for social, and G for governance. So the whole package, all of it important, but also business advancement, extremely important for business advancement. How about some thoughts on due diligence? Does anybody have something to add, to define, and to share? What is due diligence to you? Okay.
Yeah, okay. In the introductory, we just heard also it is a management process, but I think probably this is, let's say, the business talk, and maybe I think it is acting reasonably and responsibly towards challenges that you see on a daily level. So, and I think this is, where everyone can appeal to. So, of course, it's a management process because it's not that easy, and you have to cover, and you also have to report, so that you need to deliver somewhere. And of course, authorities are coming up, and we are departing from voluntary due diligence to mandatory due diligence. And this, I think, this defines a lot of workload on the desks of our members, I think.
That's true. Well, thanks a lot for that perspective. I mean, changing, evolving landscape, movement from voluntary to mandatory environment, management systems, implementation beyond Europe. Yeah, so it's not just about due diligence in Europe, but today it's really global. It's all over. How does it impact the world? How does it impact workers around the world? And let's maybe get some perspective on that from our dear panelists who have very kindly joined us in. And with this, I would actually love to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Gunther Berger. If I may invite Mr. Berger to join on the stage and to give all of you some perspective. He's the Managing Director, Directorate of SDG Innovation and Economic Transformation, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. And as Managing Director, Mr. Berger is heading the Directorate for SDG Innovation and economic transformation, responsible for the development of innovative services in areas of agro-industry, sustainability standards, fair production, and climate-improving technologies, and the development of innovative technical cooperation concepts, identification of new sources of finance and partnership. And thank you so much. And hereafter, I would love to introduce Mr. Thorsten Metz, joining us from the GIZ, Head of Initiative for Global Solidarity. Thank you so much, Thorsten, for joining us this afternoon. And as a labor market economist, Mr. Metz has focused throughout his career on the nexus of private sector development and social and labor standards. Working in various countries such as Indonesia, Thailand, Japan, and Myanmar, Mr. Metz supports the agenda of decent jobs and engaging with the private sector in developing sustainable business practices. So we have a lot of experience on the panel as it's building up. And of course, I would love to introduce Miss Linda Kromjong, amfori President, a known face to all of you. And of course, Linda, in her past, has been the Global Labor and Human Rights Director at Samsung Electronics, as well as the Secretary General at the International Organization of Employees, IOE. Also joining us virtually, we do have Madhulika Sharma. Ms. Madhulika Sharma joins us from ITC Limited, and I'm actually looking for her, and she will be with us in a moment. It does take a long time to come from India. So this is, of course, there she is. Welcome so much, Madhulika, and thank you for joining us this afternoon, rather evening in India. Some perspective, she's the Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer at ITC Limited. 30+ years of work experience, 29 years in Tata Steel, where she has worked across various functions, including working as Executive Officer to the Managing Director and Chief Corporate Sustainability. And she decided to then join ITC as the CSO in December 21. Passionate about sustainability, she's committed to the integration of sustainability into all functions of business, and her areas of specific interest are climate change and mitigation actions for transition and adaptation, adoption of diversity and inclusion at workplace, amongst others. So we do have now the full panel for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Small introduction, I'm Natasha Majumdar, the network representative for amfori in India. Also joining you all the way from Mumbai, and very happy to be here. With this, I would actually love to speak to our panel now. And thank you. I do have all of you joining us and I do have quite a bit of perspective that I'd like us to share with the audience today. So maybe, Linda, allow me to start with you, if that's good. And in that regard, I do want to maybe touch a bit upon amfori's role at the G20 and B20. So amfori did play a key role into the inputs of the G20, B20 process under India's presidency. And in that regard, Linda, you were the co-chair for the ESG in Business Action Council. And we also had representatives in the task force for GVCs, which are global value chains for resilient global trade. So can you share with us some of the key and main takeaways from this process?
It was a pleasure being part of that G20 process. This year in India, India held the presidency, but of course the process was about all the 20 countries and many more who have been involved there. And the business community, which also consists of representatives from all those countries being part of the G20, gathered together to give their input towards governments, that help shape policy worldwide. With regards to our role, where we had the honor of co-chairing the ESG and Business Action Council, there were, you can focus on many things, but sometimes it's also better to prioritize in your advocacy efforts what you feel is most important. And that's what we did with the ESG in Business Action Council. We really focused on whatever we do, we need to have needs to be pragmatic, it needs to be actionable, and it needs to have KPIs that can be measured where success is being met or maybe not. What we also continue to underline that is really crucial, and I also said that in my introduction, is capacity building. Capacity building on the ground about what ESG and due diligence is. And capacity building is not something that is only the responsibility of companies, it's a joint responsibility. It's a responsibility of companies and governments and educational institutes and collective schemes all together. So again here, collaboration is crucial, but without the capacity building, we will not be able to make progress. So in the legislation on these topics, capacity building should always have an important place to be held, to drive, to make progress really. What we also very much focused on is that ESG is not only about reporting. ESG needs to be underpinned by robust due diligence, and that also should include access to remedies as important elements for consideration in the ESG and Business Action Council. Natasha mentioned that we were also participating in the global value chains for resilience, global trade and environment. And of course, this comes from the angle that we at amfori always advocate for sustainable trade with purpose. So again, here we focused on a couple of things. Within trade, having, say, the right elements being included in trade agreements that really focus on sustainability. Sustainable trade is crucial, and they should focus, amongst others, on responsible and gender-responsive procurement, because we know there is many issues with women still worldwide. 50% of our population is women, but that's not equally representative, and they're very much still on the vulnerable groups, and they need special attention and focus, but also responsible recruitment, which again here also includes a focus on forced labor and modern slavery, but also on transparent supply chain communication. And this links back, was also, I think, in your response to my question or preview before about showing transparency what you do. And it's not about being perfect here. It's about showing what you're working on, but also showing where you failed or where there are issues and how you have overcome those. So these were our key inputs into that process, where, as I already said, it was a pleasure. There was a great team around it. So we would say food for thought for more.
Yeah, thanks so much, Linda. Definitely, I think the discussions were very engaging, and there's always more that can be built upon. Setting the foundation is kind of key with some of those messages. But maybe, Madhulika, I can turn to you on this, because there's quite a bit of perspective that you also have with insights to share. ITC Limited did co-chair the ESG and Business Action Council. And in that regard, perhaps, maybe you could shed some light on what is the response that businesses are having to the increased demand for greater ESG performance, and also, how does business, even outside of Europe, respond to this call, and what you see as opportunities and challenges in the evolving ESG landscape?
Thanks, Natasha, and thanks for inviting me to this esteemed, set of panelists, and where I can share my thoughts and also represent not only ITC, but one India, which recently chaired the G20 presidency, and our chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, he was a co-chair for the ESG Action Council. So I think. How does the ESG landscape, how is it panning out outside, some of the developed economies? I think with sustainability becoming mainstream, largely because of stakeholders, expectation changing. So there's a push, obviously, from the investor, which continues to be the most important stakeholder. But now, with so much of awareness happening, with the events related to climate change also happening, with some of the social unrests also panning out, I think other stakeholders like community, like customers, have also started becoming very, very significant. And of course, regulator, which is a very important stakeholder here, has taken note of it. And they have been what was more of a voluntary space of reporting on ESG is now slowly becoming very, very mandated kind of a thing. In India also, there was a decade of business responsibility reporting by the top 1,000 listed companies. But it's been a year since SEBI, which is the market regulator in India, has mandated the responsibility reporting in terms of very, very codified, very quantitative, 100 plus KPIs, which are more or less aligned with the GRI reporting. And this, they have also now said that for the top 250 companies, listed companies, they have also come out with a core BRSR, which is along 9 attributes, and it's a subset of the larger BRSR with a mandate of reasonable assurance from next year onwards. So obviously, we see the same set of, movement or momentum around ESG becoming much more mainstreamed and the reporting becoming much more mainstreamed, more push for transparency from all set of stakeholders. And regulators are hence taking note of it and making it mandated. And also there is now a process of assurance which is now getting attached, which was not there earlier. So this is on the landscape. What we see as a challenge, and then I'll talk about the opportunity. Challenge, of course, is, as a sustainability professional, we see that there is a, overburden, obviously, with the proliferation of standards happening. And for an organization like ITC, which is a conglomerate, which has, presence in the, across countries and also has, customers across the, and is a supplier to some of the global companies. I think it also becomes very, very difficult because in absence of a universal, process or universal set of disclosure requirements, it's an overburden for sustainability professionals like us in terms of providing all those disclosures. Most of my team's resources and time, it goes into giving those disclosures, providing those disclosures, not only to the regulators or the countries in which we operate, but also to the customers who are there in the different jurisdictions of the globe. So that's one key challenge. The other, I think, is in terms of, there being uniform KPIs or universal, KPIs, which says which is good, which is bad. I think there's an absence of that, and that also needs to, I think that was one of the recommendations made in the ESG Council of B20. And I think that's one key challenge. The other is, again, the verification process. So every, which standard or which process to follow in terms of the verification or the due diligence of the whatever you are reporting. I think these are some of the larger challenges which are there, which we think is becoming like a compliance overburden for larger organizations having footprints across the globe. This is the same for opportunity. I think there is an opportunity because if there is what recommendations came out from the ESG Action Council of B20, if they are put in force, actually, if they are implemented, then you will have some set of universal standards of disclosure across the globe. And then, it will also help in, actually having some of the finance flows to some of the underdeveloped economies where there is requirement for mitigating some of the grassroots challenges which are there. Because of an absence of, such kind of unified systems, I think it becomes very difficult for investors who are looking at the fund flows across the globe in terms of which is a good investment, which is a bad investment. I think that is an opportunity that I look at from this. So I'll stop at that and, wait for my turn in the next one.
Thanks so much, Madhulika. I don't know how many of you caught on, but it was so interesting to hear Madhulika, speak about some of the common aspects that, whether it is Europe or it's a country like India and perhaps many more across that are looking at, for example, reporting standards, mandatory reporting standards, but also stakeholders widening to community, customers, regulators, and they're becoming more and more increasingly important. Of course, you're seeing that trend here in Europe. But thanks, Madhulika, for sharing that that's, not just a European trend, but here is where we see things are going beyond. There is a global harmonious movement that's coming together. And of course, the need for transparency, which is a call just about everywhere. But, Gunther, there's something that Madhulika mentioned in here, when she was talking about challenges, and that was really with regards to perspectives from underdeveloped economies and their needs. And I don't know, what do you have to say about that? Is there work and support that you could share some perspective on?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure for me to be here, a member of this panel, and to see some old colleagues. I worked for more than 30 years for the German government in different ministries and different functions, and so I see a lot of friends from former days. Yeah. I don't want to be, we say, advocatus diaboli here in this round, but of course this legislation, this improvements in the supply chains, of course, they affected people. I think about nearly 500 million people who work directly in supply chains, and most of them in our partner countries. And of course, in my previous position, Mr. Juncker mentioned was responsible for voluntary initiatives and also for example, for the first German state textile label, Reinhard, you know it. It was a very hard fight, and the Supply Chain Act. And of course, we all want to avoid child labor and slave-like circumstances. And so I think these are necessary steps, and the next necessary step is, of course, also the European legislation. But from my point of view and from the perspective of most of our partner countries, there was not enough involvement of our partner countries of the global south in all this discussion, and that is something what I want to mention here. There's a lot of uncertainty we hear about what is being discussed here in Europe, or was even already have passed, for example, with the German legislation. There are, and we had several discussions, and even last week in India we presented our white book on sustainability and supply chain. There was a lot of complaint that there was not enough consultation with our partner countries. And I think that is the most important fact, and that is something what I really want to discuss with you today is, in this panel and afterwards in bilateral consultations, producers are often left alone at the beginning of the supply chain. And that's also what Madhulika was, I think, overburdening explained. And so I think what we need is to work on these issues. And you know, that's a former, I think we can say, Roland, father of this German Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz. Mr. Müller is now DG at UNIDO, and of course he's with his heart on this issue, and so this issue of how to support our partner countries in implementing these rules. This is one of his key priorities. He has 3 priorities: food security, energy supply for all, and the third one is fair production. And so that is a new priority for our UNIDO organization. And we see our role, first of all, to raise voices and to lead discussions at the international and multilateral level to conduct multi-stakeholder dialogues. And so thanks once more. Thank you for this invitation and for my invitation to can discuss this with you. Then, of course, and that's the most important thing, we have to support governments, companies, and especially the SMEs in our partner countries at the beginning of the supply chain, that they are better informed about existing and upcoming regulations, and also to support them in standard setting and implementing these rules. And then was Linda mentioned capacity building. That is also a very important point. We need training to ensure that higher standards could be implemented. So I think these are three areas where UNIDO starts to work. It's a new priority for us, that's right, we start to work, but we have 172 member states. We have about 90 offices in our partner countries. In our government board, there are both sides. There are the developed countries and the developing countries, and so I think it's a very good platform for discussion, but also to think how we could support the producers at the beginning of the supply chain in the best way.
Thank you so much, Gunther. I think so many important points, but two, especially even for all those globally watching this stream live, is the fact that voices from all over are important and need to be included in the consultation. Global South, Global North, I mean, it's more about bringing in the value and the perspectives from everywhere, because if we want real implementation, we need to address the real challenges. Also on ground, and really factoring in the producer's voice. This is not a one-way dialogue. It's not a one-way street. It does require that two-way dialogue and inclusion. So thank you so much for highlighting that. I think that also addresses many elephants that tend to walk into rooms because that is a demand and a call also that we hear much from different parts of the world. Thorsten, really turning to you really quickly on that. How can GIZ facilitate due diligence between trading partners in different geographical regions? And what are your observations and learnings? Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. And also really thank you to Linda Amfori for inviting us and representing GIZ here at this conference. Indeed, a lot of interesting points already made. I'd like to perhaps start with a notion on really, as you just said, Natasha, getting involved in creating a common understanding on due diligence. I'd love the question you posed earlier, what is the difference between ESG and due diligence? And actually that already shows how much understanding is there for due diligence. In your actual conference title, you circumvented that question by just putting it together. And this is really the tricky part. Yeah. So what exactly is due diligence about? And this is something we believe, and this is where IGS, on behalf of the Ministry of Economic Development, is engaging on, is trying to break some of the myth and communicating with stakeholders in partner countries. Just as a notion, now, for instance, it is always communicated there's a new set of rules, a new set of expectations coming up, but factually it isn't. It literally is already what's been in place since many years. And this is something, in understanding already, we need to push a little bit further. There are international frameworks that just have been translated into regulation, legislation, but there's literally nothing new in there, and a lot of the partner countries already signed up with the ILO convention, etc. It's rather a question of implementation. And this is really where we have to start, and this is where Mr. Bega is right, talking to the policymakers on partner countries level. So this is some of the, say, things I believe we need to break down. There was also an interesting survey just recently done by the German Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Before the German Act was actually enacted, there was a lot of lobbying going on and concerns. Now we have to withdraw from all the countries in the global south, etc. And this survey posed the question to its members, how do you believe that you actually have to withdraw from one of your sourcing countries? And actually 7% said, yes, we probably have to. alternate, this means 93% are very confident that they don't have to. The other 7% may have to check a little bit their norms, why they have been already sourcing in the knowledge of breaking of certain human rights, but it's actually their role in that moment to check, and this is where due diligence actually comes in. What can we do to change that working with our partners and not withdrawing? And this is the little tricky, or one of the messages we really have to push, and where also initiatives like amfori and others really come into play. Yeah, providing options, how to address actually these risks rather than just saying, okay, this supplier doesn't work for us anymore. And one of the aspects we've been noticing at IGS and we're really trying to push is looking into responsible purchasing practices. Mr. Juncker pointed out that already as a management practice now, offices of sustainability practices as well as also purchasing practices are moving together. We do see that in a lot of the large companies, and it's the truth. However, a lot of the other companies may have to still look into the connectivity, because responsible purchasing practices, in our opinion, the key element, I must say. And because it translates business relations into actual contractual relations, how it is sourced. And this ultimately matters. So looking into purchasing is really the key, and also looking into combining that. We as IGS, we have been supporting this process. So for instance, in the textile sector, there's a common framework for purchasing practices, you may know it. We've been working on with a so-called learning and implementation community of large brands together with their suppliers to discuss responsible purchasing, what it actually means for the suppliers, looking into order structures, into lead times, really the core of what makes and translates actually the business practice. And this is really, in my opinion, the forums we need to further push, where actually the engagement starts to matter also for the suppliers, and where they can also raise their voice. For instance, the Sustainability Terms of Trade Initiative, they formulated a white paper. This is the supplier's perspective in textiles from 14 countries, where they really laid out, this is how we experience purchasing. These are the things we would suggest to amend and change. You know? Based on that, IGS released so-called model contract clauses just recently for the textile sector, and we're emulating the same now for the electronics sector together with the Responsible Business Alliance, but also other sectors, industries, with the Ethical Trade Initiative, because we try to push that. Now last point, if it's okay, Natasha. Please allow me to address the aspect of direct engagement. Obviously, this is a key to really open doors for partner countries, because their perception, they see this regulation, and our colleague from LTC just pointed it out, they see it as another set of regulation they have to adhere to. But for them, obviously, and this is again where the myth breakings take in, we have to make them understand that this is not so much a new set of rules, but actually looking into rather where they are already compliant and where they aren't. And this is, I think, also a role where multi-stakeholder initiatives or industry initiatives play a key role, because say the front-runner suppliers, they already have 20 or 30 certificates. It's sometimes actually quite crazy, I must say. Yeah, if you go to a textile factory in Vietnam, which is one of the, say, pretty ones, it's amazing what they plaster on the walls and how many certificates they actually already fulfill. And here's, I believe, the role of MSIs, first of all, to break it down, what is the expectation, and secondly, also looking a little bit into harmonization of standards and certification. This is an important aspect as well. amfori is engaging in it, for instance, in the CARI platform, with a number of other initiatives, and this is something I'd also really hope other initiatives would pick up, because it's an important step as well. Last point to make, us as IGS on behalf of the ministry are implementing a so-called Responsible Business Help Desk network in 8 countries at the moment. This network is based with business association in the partner countries, and based on their needs of the members, we formulate services we provide to their members, but also to a larger scale audience, other stakeholders like civil society, unions, looking into really their needs. And reporting is something that's coming up frequently, because they see it is coming up, but there's also very simple forms of information required, really breaking down the issues, but also dialoguing on the very subject we're discussing here. I'll leave it with that. Thanks.
Thanks, Torsten. And really to summarize over there, I think 2 points, of course, many that you highlighted, but not new. Okay, so the foundations remain as they are, and they have been defined now more than a decade ago, whether it's with the UN guiding principles, with the various ILO conventions, or the OECD guidelines for responsible business conduct, even the most recent updated ones. So let's not complicate things. Let's go back to the foundations, keep it simple, whichever part of the world we're in. It's not reinventing the wheel, but it's building upon what we have. And direct engagement, you know, like you said, that is so important. It's got to be more consultative. I do want to give a minute to, you know, our panelists here to perhaps add a few comments if you want to or would like to, based on what you've heard so far in our discussions. So over to you guys if there's something.
Yeah, thank you very much. Only one point to Torsten. I learned that you have now, what I understand, eight more or less, let me say, what was it, offices, something like that, supporting the help desk in partner countries. I think that's a very important point, I know in my former responsibility, we organized this help desk here in Berlin, and that's of course good that our German companies or companies who are working in Germany, that they are supported in implementation rules. And but I think more important is it to do it on site, and so it's a very good development.
Thanks for that. Anything, Torsten, from you that you'd like to add?
But I wanted to say it later, but I can say it now. Make from 8 to 50. That would be great.
Well, then let me briefly reply. Thanks so much, and we would love to, and we do seek to expand at the moment. Those 8 countries are key countries we understand are major supplier countries to Europe. Obviously, though, there is a need to also expand that network for sure. I just perhaps one notion in terms of the direct engagement. I do see here also a role for UNIDO, obviously, because you're an intermediary between international organization and say the international level and directing it to partner governments. Translating this aspect, and I was just wondering, perhaps Mr. Beger, you can give a pointer on that, how you see UNIDO's role in this regard.
Should I? Okay, good. I think that was it's a good question, of course, and no 3 minutes promotion for UNIDO. I think. When we ask who, I think this is also something what I understand we want to discuss here today is who will pay for higher standards. That is a good question. Who will pay? And we had a lot of discussion, Reinhard, when we are discussing this with German companies and associations who will pay, and more or less all surveys and all reports I have seen is that the consumer is he's not ready to pay for higher standards. And what we try to avoid is, of course, that the higher cost are passed on the producers on the beginning of the supply chain. This is something that's a very, very important point. And we as UNIDO, coming back to your question, is first of all, we are the because perhaps not only everyone knows in this room what is UNIDO. UNIDO, this is an acronym for United Nations Industrial Development Organization. So we work very close together with companies, and this is very important also if we discuss how to share the implementation of higher requirements in the supply chain on sites. That's very important to work with companies. And for example, we have one common initiative, one partnership is with the automotive industry in Morocco, for example. This is something what we are implementing with GIZ. But we have other good examples, for example, in the coffee sector, very problematic sector, for example, with Illy and Lavazza, or with Rittersport in the cacao production was is also very, very important. And it's always support to ensure implementation of higher standards, and I think these partnerships are very important. That brings me to the second topic, and that is training, what you say, capacity building on site employees, so that they are more or less have the, they are able to implement regulations, appropriate regulations. And I already mentioned that in many places there's still a lack of knowledge about the new regulation and the expected one, and so that is also very, very important. And the third one, and this is more or less also a core competency of UNIDO, is all we do to create more added value in our partner countries. That is very important, because higher value creation locally in producing countries generates more added value in a greater price margin, of course, that remains there are higher incomes in our partner countries. And I think that is also important. This will also lead to better qualified jobs and also to better paid jobs. And last but not least, and that is also something we have to think about, is improvements of the supply chains need support of investments very often. So if you improve labor safety or environmental protection, you need investments, and that is also something we have to discuss, and that is of course something for the international financial institutions to provide appropriate financing mechanism. And this is something where UNIDO is working together with international financial institutions, because we have many years of experience in building quality infrastructure, but also in modernizing, for example, industrial parks, agro-processing parks. So that is perhaps little bucket of that what we can offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And maybe with that, I'll turn to all of you, and also to ensure that you are actively engaging with us in this session. So we do have a question for you, and you will have this question already presented to you in the format. And really that question over here is, what are the challenges that you are facing in implementing ESG? So give us some perspective in really quickly, in the next few seconds to a minute. What are the top challenges that you face in implementing ESG? Use that QR code, and I will be seeing your answers as they come in, so that we can actually share them a bit. Yeah. Hang on. Oh, did that auto close? Yes, I'm so sorry. We will need help on that because I do see that there are more than 100 of you actually actively trying to respond. So yeah, we'll bring it back up. Reopen it? Okay. Okay, a few more seconds whilst we wait for that. Maybe Linda, if you had a comment on some of the observations, really quickly in a nutshell.
Okay, so it's about entertaining you whilst you are going to respond to the questions here. Well, maybe one observation here that I'm pretty sure that at the end of this conference, everyone will be able to pronounce Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz, because that's a word that you will probably hear more often here. So also for those non-Germans. No, I think for me, one key thing is that I really took away from the conversation we had here earlier is about dialogue. It's about including the suppliers in that dialogue. It's about including countries in that dialogue, because otherwise we will not make any change here. And I very much like the help desk, but if I have one wish, 50 countries, no, even more, that would be nice. But also that those help desks are not a scattered effort, that they're all driving in the same direction, that we're not ending up with multiple help desks per country, because that's not going to be, say, resource efficient here. So that's more a wish I have. Is it up and running? Yay! Okay,
Yes,
good.
okay, that's a celebration. So everybody. Oh, that's great.
Yep, popping up now. And you can see 1 minute left. So there's a time challenge here.
Fastest fingers first. Team, help us scroll to the next page. Okay, that's interesting. So there are really some challenges, some of which we've touched upon already, but some really interesting ones to see from all of you. Really also including getting in touch with civil society, you know, including in all voices over there. But also emphasis on E, not so much on S and G. Actually, that's something I really enjoy talking about because it is so true and it's something we're seeing across as a trend, actually. And that's why right at the outset, there was a lady that kindly defined ESG for us. And she said that it is important to have E, S, and G, all equal over there. So really some of these challenges, thank you for sharing them with us. I do want to open this panel to questions. So whilst we did have one for you, please be comfortable to have questions for us at the panel. And in that regard, if anybody does have a question, please raise your hand. We have colleagues that are around the room that will be very happy to come to you to take your question. Any questions around? Okay, whilst we wait for some of you to think about a question that you may have for the panel or not, allow me to actually turn to Madhulika, and if we could have Madhulika back on the stage, please, at the moment, joining us in all the way from India. Madhulika, I don't know if you can still hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, it will be great to listen to you over here. A question I have for you, Madhulika, and this was really also already highlighted by our panel over here, having voices from everywhere and perhaps the criticism that exists that there's not enough constructive engagement between trading countries as equal trading partners. So can you tell us a bit about how can we make sure that everyone plays their part in implementing ESG due diligence requirements?
Thanks, Natasha. I think it was very heartening to hear earlier Mr. Gunther and Thorsten talking about, inclusion. I think that's a very key word, especially when you are talking to someone who represents the, South of Asia, which is uh, kind of a global South hub of the global South, so to say. And, Mr. Gunther talked about very important points and brought about that it is, not only about the due diligence and all the ESG requirements, etc. It's about training and capacity building of the supply chain partners, and also it requires investments and who's going to pay, and regulating the financial flows for the capacity and capability building training of supply chain partners who could be across the world, and also some of them can be coming from a not so developed economy. Now that was very, very heartening to hear in this forum. Now coming to, are there trade parities because of these disclosures now getting mandated? I think since I represent Global South, I'll bring in my perspective. That, see, somewhere because of these are being created by developing economies, and some of the rating agencies who regulate the financial flows in the global financial flows, what happens is that they pick up these standards which actually miss the local context. And I'll give you two examples from Indian or even a South Asian perspective. See, there is a like India has made a commitment. Their NDC says that a carbon neutrality will be achieved by 2070. So India has defined its glide path, which is up to 2070, which means that the Indian grid, which is supplying electricity, will have a glide path for becoming net neutral by 2070. Now, if countries operating in India are supply chain partners to global customers, then it becomes very uncompetitive, or it's just not possible for them to generate electricity, or when they are connected to a grid which has its own glide path. So this is one local context which gets missed when you have on carbon, you have these frameworks or guidelines or standards like SBTI, which says by 2030 and by 2050. These are two key dates, right? So this is one framework. The other I just wanted to give as an example is that for the developing economies, the social, the S actually, unlike the developed economies, the S is more about community. And India actually mandates a CSR fund spend. 2% of your profit has to be spent on the local community development, which includes education, which includes livelihood generation. So if you see these uh, organizations are actually on the S side, they are spending much more than the developed economies on the social inclusion part, which just does not get reflected in any of the standards which has come from the developed economies. But they are actually doing some grassroots work for inclusion, for creating inclusion, but that doesn't get reflected in any of these standards. So I think I go back to my initial point on there has to be a harmonization, but with a social context and a local context in a place, and having taking that and then creating these harmonized global standards for disclosures for supply chain, whether it's supply chain or whether it is for your larger organization. So I think that is as of now, it creates a dissonance in the trading partners because I think if you just take a garment sector as a thing, so most of your exporters are in, say, Bangladesh or in in
Thanks,
Sri
Madhulika. Maybe
Lanka.
if you could just, sorry to come in here, but we do have a question popping up from the audience. So
Sure. So
really
I just
quickly in
wanted to make this
summarizing.
point that yeah, there is a need for creating some kind of local contextualization when you are creating those standards and
Thank you so much.
frameworks
So
for.
local contextualization, an important point over there. Tristan, do we have a question coming in?
Which traditionally meant corporate governance. What does it mean for us now, the G in ESG? Because it probably doesn't mean traditional corporate governance.
Excellent question, Linda. I can see you already reaching out. So over to you, and for our other panelists also, if you'd like to chime in later.
Good governance from a company perspective starts with setting in place your ambition, translating that into good policies and procedures, making sure that you also have mechanisms in place that help you adjust if and when needed. And part of good governance is also that you have mechanisms in place where people can raise their concerns. That's what we would call a grievance mechanism. And good governance means that you have a plan in place, bringing it back to supply chain due diligence, how you manage, how you conduct your supply chain due diligence. Where are your risks? What is your materiality, your double materiality? Where are you going to focus on? How are you going to do that? What will you do if an issue pops up that was not in focus of your priorities, but you still will need to deal with that? What is the process to manage that? What are the departments that are being included in that one, and how was that process go? And from good governance perspective, that's also embedded in the legislation, is that it needs to be at the highest level. Someone needs to be accountable, and there need to be measurable KPIs around that. So just trying to really put it in simple words, say from a company perspective, that's what it requires. And that's no different than if you had good governance in place for other important processes within a company.
Thanks so much. One more question at the back over there.
Thank you. This is Amanda from Amfori, and I have a question for Madhulika, actually, and thank you very much for mentioning the conflicting reporting requirements, and I think the point that this doesn't only come from Europe, but it's actually a global trend, which in principle it's a positive thing, but then we need to really think how to harmonize those. My question is, how do you see, how can companies, or how you in your experience are working with your team to optimize your resources to answer to those requirements, and how does that translate to your relationship with business partners in terms of the disclosure requirements that they receive from you and from other business partners? Thank you.
To you, Madhulika.
Thanks for this great question. I think just to give a context, so ITC is a conglomerate, but we have one legal entity, which makes it, we have to do across business consolidated disclosure. So one of the key enablers, so there is a conundrum of disclosures which is there, but one of the key enablers that ITC has been put up, and this is our 20th year of reporting. We do GRI-based reporting, and this was our 20th year, and we also do a reasonable assurance of most of our KPIs. But what helps is the early adoption of technology. I think the management of data across businesses and going to the, the last level of data origin, I think that really helps us in terms of if there's a new framework, then obviously the data, the base data remains same. It requires some more, reports, etc., to be generated, but then the base data remains same. And then we have taken us upon ourselves that we will do a reasonable assurance on a very, very high standard. So that also helps us in meeting some of these global standards. In terms of, we are finding, while we have been a pioneer in India in terms of reporting and transparency, but yes, we do find that we are overburdened with a lot of now more regional mandates coming. And since, as I said, we have customers across the world, we are now, I think, making it much more we are trying to create SOPs for our businesses in terms of what do they need to do, how do we need to up our ante on trying to say that what could be the risk and opportunities in terms of these evolving regulations. In fact, every quarter now we have started a scan of all the regulations that are upcoming, not only in India, but also globally, just to be prepared and just to be more agile on this. So I hope that has answered the question. But yes, it's something that I can speak about for next 2 hours, but I'll just keep it to that.
Thank you. So for many of you, Madhulika does have a lot of insight on that, but keyword there, agility, but also looking in for harmonization. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask our dear panelists for really one key word or one key slogan that you'd like to leave everybody with. So I start with you, Ms. Beggar.
Then I choose strengthening cooperation.
Strengthening cooperation. Mr. Thorsten.
It's a bit of a tough one, and I actually have more comments, but anyways, the one word would be interdependent. Oh God, okay, it's a long one. Thank you. Interdependence, simply because there is a relationship, it's a two-way road, work with the suppliers and the producers, and really see that there is a connection we all have to work on. Thanks.
Interdependence, and I did hear you have a few more comments. So ladies and gentlemen, please do reach out to Thorsten over the next coffee break. There is a lot of insight that he would have to share. Linda, your parting words.
Sustainability is an investment. Don't see it as a cost, but with a return on investment. And I think that's how we need to view it. And if I'm just going to take the floor here, being optimistic, just going to give you one example here, because I think there's really a lot of reason to be optimistic. When I was in India at a UNDP event, I was approached by students, and I asked them, and they did all different types of education. I asked them, is sustainability part of your curriculum? And they all said yes. Different studies, part of the curriculum. And I think that's the future, and I think that's where it needs to start, to become as normal for any study, irrespective of the field you're working in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Super. Madhulika, over to you.
Natasha, I'll take the opportunity to give 2 words. One is harmonization and the second one is inclusion. So I'll leave with these 2 words.
Super, thanks. And I'm going to add a couple over here, which we've already heard. Collaboration, 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 and capacity building. Yeah, there is nothing that replaces building skill and building knowledge on this front. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being an excellent audience and participant to this session, and look forward to speaking more to you over the coffee break.
Okay, so this is it on? Yes. This is the tough part because I'm standing in between you and your coffee break, which I do realize. Now, me too. I'd like to do a short conclusion so that you can have proper social media posting. So we talked about collaboration, where companies and their business partners in partner countries understand what is expected. And support is offered through knowledge sharing, capacity building, and direct support to better implement what is required to create responsible and sustainable supply chains. For harmonization of legislation, in which we should take into account local culture and the local context of ESG, for which we need financial investments and good governance, which means proper policies, procedures, how you conduct your supply chain due diligence, how you mitigate, who is involved, how you measure progress, and who is accountable. Now, I invite you to go for coffee. Go and look for your network rep with whom you booked your slot. And we have 4 booths which we invite you to visit. On ESG Risk Compass, go and visit Diana. On amfori BSCI, go congratulate Elif with the 20-year anniversary. Then we have amfori BEPI with Bruno. Please do go visit him. And then finally, Laura on the amfori grievance mechanism. Enjoy your break, and I'll see you back at 3:15. Thank you, everyone.
this with anyone? Busy with that. It gets all recorded and
No, she's not on yet.
I'm not.
She's not on.
Hello, hello, hello.
Now it's clear.
Lijkt dat ik echt heel veel dingen vergeten had. Treintickets, heel druk. Alles was, maar toen ik hier net kwam van, ik ben helemaal niet geregistreerd.
Wat voor hier?
Ja, volgens mij ben ik me gewoon helemaal vergeten aan te doen. Echt alles even geregeld ervoor. Ja, niet dat het een probleem was, maar ik zag het denken van, maar ik dacht al van de week, waarom? Nee, maar waarom is het niet? Nog een keer reminder en de agenda. Ik denk, dat heb ik zelf moeten opzoeken op de website. Dat vond ik al zo aardig. Nou, zoek ik zelf nog even op. Wat was nou precies ook weer de agenda? Dat vond ik al zo gek. En ik kom een keer nou, ik heb me echt aangemeld. Later dacht ik van, heb ik me gewoon aangemeld eigenlijk? Nee. Gekke. Ik ben zo bezig waarschijnlijk met van alles in je agenda en thuis en het hotel en de trein en alles regelen. En dan de registratie zelf. Nou ja, dat is niet gebeurd, maar...
Toch helemaal goed zo.
You're making the presentation, the introduction.
And you have just a minute, I'll show you. It's half an hour in total, so it's your
Yeah, I was told 20 minutes for the speech and 10 minutes for the...
Dat gaat niet goed. Ja, dankjewel. Even nu doorlezen.
Even het menu.
Ja.
Ik wil even plannen.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Ik ga zo ik heb wel uitgesproken wat ik ga doen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now don't have to shout because I'm attached to a microphone, but if you could come and join us for the next session, all the naughty ones at the back, if you could come and sit down. I hope you had an enjoyable and long break. We now have our next session, but before we do that, I'd like to remind you of our hashtags, hashtag amfori event 2023, hashtag amfori ESG, and hashtag CSR2ESG. Now there's theory, and we all have a bit of theory, but we probably prefer practice. And like Marvin Gaye would say, there's nothing like the real thing. So, to hear about the real thing, we'll be learning from two of our members about their due diligence journeys. I have the pleasure to invite on stage Bernardo Cruz, Head of Sustainability and CSR at El Corte Inglés, to present due diligence journey in practice.
Thank you. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be back on stage, in this stage that I love so much after so many years being involved in. First in the BSCI steering committee, even chairing for some time, then the amfori board. So I feel at home, really. Thank you. So I hope everyone in the room knows El Corte Inglés. For sure, you're being on holidays in Spain and enjoy shopping in our stores, a must destination. So I won't be telling much about the company. Total group revenues is 14 billion. Retail is about or close to 90% of that figure, with 81,000 employees in the company. And for those of you who don't know yet El Corte Inglés, go to Spain, enjoy your holidays, and please go shopping. There's been a lot of talk about ESG. I will be turning the acronym. I will be starting with the G, which is starting with our board of directors. And in 2019, the board of directors decided to have our own sustainability committee of the board, where I report to every month. It's not an easy task, every month reporting to the sustainability committee of the board. And I think we developed the basics of sustainability from the point of view of governance, starting with the corporate sustainability policy first, then having our own sustainability master plan, 21-25, so we are more or less in the middle of that period. Of course, every year we have to report, and we have our non-financial report published every year, where you can find all the information, and by the way, it's online, so you can find whatever information is available. And we are currently working on having our transition plan to net zero. It's still pending the approval of the board of directors, but we're working hard on having it approved, hopefully before the end of the year, if not beginning of next year. And I think this is a must also as a next step for large companies. Two more important pieces concerning the governance. First is dialogue with stakeholders, and I think I'll be talking quite extensively about stakeholders in the presentation. And then the financial community. I think it's important to remember that the ESG acronym was issued out of the financial community, which keep scrutinizing the behavior, especially or mainly large companies, with the rating, non-financial rating by many agencies. And therefore, it's it's key for us to be up to that required level in terms of ratings with these agencies. A little bit of history. We joined and we started this journey by becoming members of the then FTA in 2008. For us, adopting the BSCI system manual was the key to developing a management system in the company, because that's the only approach, having a management system, you know, to systematically approach our supply chain wherever we source from. And then we slowly started the adoption of BEPI, because the development of BPI came much later and has been also slower. We rely on this global map, a number of sourcing offices taking care of, doing the follow-up with our suppliers in Vietnam, in China, in Bangladesh, in India, in Turkey, in Morocco. And from those sourcing officers, we, let's say, monitor and especially work on the remediation piece after the monitoring performed under the amfori BSCI scheme. But, I would say with that, we covered the basics of our due diligence. But we soon realized that, it's not enough. And we had to develop our own ecosystem of alliances based on our business needs. And we realized that we needed to go beyond. And the key milestone for that was the Rana Plaza accident back in 2013. I think this is a milestone recognized by everyone. I'm sure everyone in the room knows what happened there. And it's really behind all the different initiatives that came after that accident. Number one, I think it was key for the understanding of the Ruggie principles, of the guiding principles on business and human rights. Possibly and the first thing we did as a company was checking what the guiding principles were saying concerning remediation, and specifically Article 22 concerning the relationship with our suppliers and our responsibility under that relationship. But as I said, I think that we can only understand the development of recent policies like the Modern Slavery Act in the UK, like Loi de Devoir de Vigilance in France, and like the Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz. It was printed in here, so got it. And the upcoming due diligence directive that hopefully will be approved under the Spanish presidency before the end of the year. So to continue with what happened there and the lessons we all learn out of that, I think the role played by the ILO was really central in terms of convening all the different players involved in the industry, as brands and retailers, but also unions. The fact that for the first time we made reference to the ILO Convention 121 on employment injury benefits as the standard to be followed for the compensation of the victims. And here, we developed the Rana Plaza arrangement in discussions with the industry, with the unions. But I need to highlight 92% of the compensation of the victims came from brands and retailers. So that means that was like a reference for what came after that. And I think, much of the legislation and the regulatory framework that has been discussed today comes out of what happened there. But then it was not just about the compensation of the victims. And think that 2.5 years after the accident, all the victims got their compensation. There were more than close to 6,000 bank accounts that were open for the victims and their relatives. And, setting up like a precedent on what is really an agreed remediation plan. But the root causes needed to be addressed as well. It was not just about compensating the victims, it's about preventing this to happen again. And that's how the Bangladesh Accord was built in 2013 with a strong, let's say, support and thrust from the unions and brands. We were directly involved from the very beginning, and after that, I've been myself also involved in the negotiations and being part of the International Accord Steering Committee. I'm still a member in the Ready-Made Garment Sustainability Council in Bangladesh. But it's about making sure that safety standards in terms of structural safety, electrical safety, and fire safety are met. And I think, today we can probably say that the accord is a success story, even if it was after that tragedy that happened in Bangladesh. And that's why the international accord was signed in 2018, and then beginning of this year we have also signed the Pakistan Accord as a next step and an extension to a new country. Based on this experience with the unions, we built our own approach with the unions in the supply chain. And don't be mistaken, they are all smiling behind the mask, right? They look so serious, but it was our buying director at that time, and the two main Spanish unions, Comisiones Obreras and UGT, General Workers Union. And we signed in July 2021. By the way, it was le 14 juillet for the French in the room. So the day the Bastille was taken. So quite a remarkable date for the signature of the agreement. But the uniqueness of this agreement is that it covers our private label productions in all product categories. It's not just, there are other global framework agreements in the automotive industry, in textile. What makes ours unique is that it covers all product categories, from food to apparel, from toys to electronics, and you name it, all the product categories you can imagine in a department store. So good experience with that. Although the agreement was signed in 2021, we started a relationship back in 2012 out of our regular meetings in our stakeholders meetings, built on trust, on building credibility in a joint work with them. And I think there is no other way. Be transparent. We shared all the information concerning our supplier base. Of course, they are always demanding for more information, information that we try to build, going to tier 2 and tier 3. And just as an example of that, when the team is also in the room, when we leave Berlin on Wednesday, we will be flying to Shanghai, where we will be meeting, not these two guys, two other guys, for factory visits for 10 days in Shanghai, visiting a number of different product categories and factories for those categories. It's somehow, this experience is somehow also the reflection of our approach to due diligence. I think You probably seen the draft of some of the previous due diligence directive drafts that were saying that unions should play a role in the agreements and the due diligence management systems by the companies. I think we made a decision to move forward with this agreement a long time ago, with the full support of the board of directors, of course, and the experience has proven to be an extremely useful one. And just to mention one of the areas of collaboration, whenever we face a claim from an activist NGO, all the information is shared with the unions, and they are behind all of our responses to those NGOs. And in the end, this gives credibility to the work that we do and the understanding from those critical NGOs, right? And those activists. Further to that, the next piece is the grievance mechanism. We built our own ethical channel. We built our compliance department, which is a key support for us. And I would say their role in supporting the sustainability and CSR team is extremely useful. It's based on our own code of ethics. And further to our own ethical channel, we, of course, use the operational complaints mechanism by amfori, the Speak for Change mechanism where we have already addressed a few cases, and I can say the experience has been extremely useful, and we can prove the strength of working together with other members and having leverage with suppliers. And then the international accord grievance mechanism, which is, by the way, the one that gets more claims. And here you can see in this table, I don't know where you can see it, but actually out of 16 cases received in 2022, 14 came from the international accord grievance mechanism. Last but not least, the environmental due diligence. And here again, it's important the work that we conduct together with other organizations, with other alliances. I used to have a German friend that was always telling me, I go fishing where I know there is fish. That's why at some point 3 years ago we decided to join the Sustainable Apparel Coalition and Worldly, because in the end we realized that for most of our business, fashion accounts for nearly 50% of our business. There was already a critical mass of suppliers that were there, and in the end, we need to be and we need to have the information where many of our suppliers are. We started implementing BAPI as well. Development there have been much slower, but I think there is an opportunity and there is a challenge for BAPI, and we are ready to keep growing with BAPI as far as all the challenges concerning and the challenges and new opportunities arising from new EU regulation are addressed by BAPI, and I think in the end it's about the tools that we need as members to be able to perform that due diligence, because when we have around 25,000 suppliers, you need tools to do that in an efficient manner. So this is it. Now I think it's time for questions, and open to any questions from the floor.
you skip on one more slide, actually? It might show... Yeah, there you go. So, we'll take questions from the floor. We've got one at the back there. Do we have a mic near that gentleman? Is that you, Milat? Oh,
Sorry,
there's no one
but
back there.
I can't see from here.
Right, just me in the room with a mic.
Sorry. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Milat. How are you? Good to see you.
Sorry, I wanted to give the opportunity to other members and guests here. My name is Milat, Saiful Milat. I'm from Bangladesh. I did not really want to come here with a question. I would rather like to supplement one small thing. How many deaths does concern us that we are talking about? 11 and 34 deaths in Rana Plaza, and this is a 10 years commemoration this year. Many people say celebration. We say, please be careful. Let's say commemoration. Can I request, take this privilege with your permission, Bernardo and Linda? What did we do? I'm not going to go into that debate. What Accor did, what all the brands did, very well presented. We have great respect for you, Bernardo, when you represent not only Accor in the board from the beginning, also your work from Al Corte Inglés in Bangladesh and in the region. May I request all of you, if you kindly want to do one small thing today together, stand up and remain in silence for 10 seconds. Can we do that to show respect to the death, to the injury, to the families, to the dependents, all that people? I think we have not done that for last 10 years. 10 seconds, 15 seconds counts from now. In silence. I would pray, I would close my eyes, I would do anything, but just remember them, all the sufferings, all the death, all the families, all the injured people, whoever were affected by this, including us somehow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think that was 10 to 15 seconds. Thank you, Bernardo. Thank you, Tristan.
Thank you, Milat. Milat gets special dispensation, but anyone else who doesn't ask a question will feel my anger.
Hello, this is Marius from Migros. I have one question regarding the framework that you built up with the unions. What were the successful factors that you really got the union, collaborating and trusting you in this process?
Well, it's about building trust over time. We started. Probably our first approach to CSR in the company was in 2002 when we signed the Global Compact, right? Probably the next big step was when we joined the FTA in 2008. We started in 2005, 2006, a working group with a number of stakeholders, and unions started being part of that working group from the very beginning. We realized that the value of that working group was developing collaboration with all the stakeholders that were participating in that working group. And there we have consumers associations, we have academia, we have a number of different stakeholders. But with the unions, they clearly have a role in our value chains. They represent workers, and although the agreement was signed with Spanish unions, it has a global reach because both organizations are part of Global Industrial Union. And in the end, it's about relying on the Global Industrial Union network of unions in different parts of the world to raise claims, to identify risk, because it's an exercise in the end of mitigating risk. I mean, the discussion we had with them from the very beginning was about, we don't want to have risks in our supply chain. Help us. You have people in every factory. I mean, wherever you have union representation, you have people who can be our eyes in the factory. No matter how many audits we perform, we will never be able to be permanently inside the factory. And, you know, we have many different examples, and some of them related to the grievance mechanism, where, you know, we have totally different outcomes when we have a semi-announced audit or we have a fully unannounced audit as a result of a previous collaboration, because there has been a claim, or this has been, you know, a joint work with the unions before there. So I would say first of all, we got the backup of the board of directors. When this agreement was presented to the sustainability committee of the board, you know, I said, "Oh my God, this is time for praise." They fully supported, and they saw from the very beginning the value of this agreement, mitigating risk, because in the end, you know, the EU directive and the different laws somehow hint the responsibility of the board in case of incidents in our supply chains. Well, this is a matter of mitigating risk, and for them, it gives them comfort. And as I said, I report every month to the board of directors.
Coming through on the AHA slides. Thank you for those. A lot of them are aimed more at amfori, but there's a really good one that's aimed more at Bernardo, which will be our last question. Can you describe how you integrated ESG risks into your overall risk matrix and corporate culture? Maybe just focus on the risk matrix, and we haven't got time to, I think, cover corporate culture.
Yeah, well, you know, risk management is now associated to the chief compliance officer, you know, and as I said, we have a very, very close relationship with them as we identified all the ESG risks with them. We do systematic work with, for instance, the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, where, you know, there's a full matrix of indicators that need to be followed, and because our rating is reliant on, you know, our performance there, even if we are not a public quoted company. But you know, we keep it as a reference, and that's a way of managing risk. But I would say, and Dante, who is in the room, was telling me a while ago, you know, probably each company has its own wake-up call. You know, we had been working for 5 years developing the BSCI system manual, integrating in our business and our daily relationship with the buying office when Rana Plaza happened. And, you know, that was a total shake-up. And I said, probably all we are seeing today is the result of that wake-up call.
Thank you, Bernardo. Let's go forward, shall we? So, I have the pleasure of introducing to the stage Andreas Burmeister, Head of Corporate Sustainability for Wortmann. If you could join us here.
It's working. And the clicker? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Bernardo. Perfect. Makes for me not so easy now to continue, but I do my best. And thanks for the invitation to amfori and to give you some the opportunity to give us some insights. What we are doing is a smaller, medium enterprise compared with a large company like a Quarter in Glass. Tamaris, I have to press here? Green, huh? Yes, works well. First, I have here a small agenda to give you some information about Tamaris. What's Tamaris? Maybe you can raise a hand if you know the name Tamaris. You have a picture about, oh yes, well known, very well. And Bernardo, all those people, they must not go to Spain for shopping. They can go to Spain for holiday. For shopping, no need. Okay, footwear is our business for lady shoes, fashion industry, and I see so many hands. Well known, okay, perfect. And I will also talk about our challenges and action and solutions, and I hope really we have also not only challenges, we have also solution. Tamaris, our business model. The company is now a little bit more than 50 years old. We start in the 1967, and if I go from the right to the left, the market was in the beginning only wholesale. Development, fashion shoes, wholesale was at this time totally popular. And later we go also to retail. If you go here to Berlin, the shopping part, you will see also Tamaris stores and shops. Most of them are managed by business partner. Only a small number we manage by ourselves because we have to learn what is retail. Retail is detail, and to understand better our business partner, it is also good that you have your own stores and the shop. And yeah, last but not least, e-commerce. We are working together with business partners like Amazon, Zalando, and we have also our own e-commerce channel, and a small company in our group is responsible for this part. The central part, that's important. You see function like product management, design is important. The fashion people like design. Marketing, sales, HR, logistics, CSR. But what you not find here, production. From the first second, our founder, Mr. Wortmann, has the idea, I don't need any machines. I produce not the footwear in our company, in my company. The production can run outside. In the beginning, it was in the south of Europe, Italy, later Spain, Greece, Portugal, and so on. And then it goes to Asia. But this is absolutely important. We have no machines. Footwear production, this is our patient footwear. Tier 1 supplier. And this is our direct business partner, the only one. And we are also in touch with material sourcing, especially footwear. The traditional material is leather. And leather has also some special aspects. So we are also in touch with the material supplier, mostly for material like leather, PU, and so on. But there's not a direct business. And this is our global network. And season by season, the production runs in around 100 and a little bit more factories worldwide. The brands, Tamaris, Jana, as Oliver, Marco, Tozzi, Caprice. And we have also private label business. That's the popular brands for us. Totally 50 million pairs of shoes we place globally in the market year by year. We know from the interviews with our business partner around 50,000 shops. You can find the products in many, many countries, 70 countries. And export rate is by 55%, means 45% of the production we place in the German market. That's our home market. And employees, 1,100 around, means globally. We have in our headquarters in Germany, in Detmold, 100 kilometers in the south of Hanover, around 430, 40 people, colleagues, employees. And we have 2 offices also in Asia, one in Hong Kong and one in Dongguan. In Hong Kong for commercial part, especially for private label business, and in Dongguan for the design and development. Workers worldwide in the production lines working with the factories, we are in touch. This number, 30,000 workers. This means not that they all produce our footwear, because sometimes we are a bigger customer for the factories, sometimes a smaller one. But this is the total number of the workers around. So, why is sustainability important for the brand? I see so many hands. This means we have a high visibility for our brand in the market, in the consumer market. You find us not only in the stores and shops, you find us also on the social media channels, you find us also in magazines, TV spots, so we are very well popular in Germany and in Europe, especially for Tamaris. Outsourcing, I was talking about, this integral part of our business model from the really beginning. And so the ecological and social footprint in the supply chain is important. And for the point, especially social, we stay here and member of amfori. If you go to the internet and type in Google, and you type in also footwear production, maybe you find this for picture. You find more picture, but this for example. In the left corner, you see traditional footwear production, workers sitting on the ground and produce footwear. You find this situation also until today in India. You see in the right corner, production is running in Asia, in a production line, totally different. And you see here with the yellow head, the production is running for a sports shoe brand. You can see. And the last one is in China. Different with automotive electronic, there are no machines. It's handmade. So you have also to respect what you wear on your feet. The shoes is made by hand. And you see also family workers a lot. And this is our topic that we have to also to put in our focus and to take care about the condition. To manage all this, yeah, it needs a lot of time. Absolutely, we know all of this. And it needs also expertise about all the topics, what we have on our desk every day. And this was also talking before, presence on the site is required, absolutely must. So we also go also to the sourcing market, visit the factories. But we know, unfortunately, we are not God, we are not 100%. It has a limited scope for action. That means we cannot reach by 100%. About this, I come back later, why we are talking also about Speak for Change. And number 4, what we also need is a good cooperation. Collaboration was a word, I don't know, I don't count how many times it was here talking about this, but cooperation with MSI, multi-stakeholder organization, and industry initiatives is for us a key point. It's an absolutely must. We cannot solve the problems alone. We need a good cooperation with partners and maybe also with competitors in the market, because we have the same problems, but we need also solution. And for solution, it's absolutely important that you develop standards. It's much simpler if you go to the sourcing market, to factories, and you have a good standard and can roll out the standard and not go to the market with your own solution. That makes the thing so complicated also for the factories, and for all people it collapsed. For this cooperation, that's only a small number of memberships. We are member of the CADS CATS, a very popular corporation in Germany for footwear brands. All important brands for footwear you find in this organization. It starts more than 15 years, beginning with chemicals, but also now we have some working groups for environmental and social, so we are also going in this part, or we developed more to go to the ESG's topics. And we are also a member of amfori BCI, and about this we are proud, because we follow amfori many, many years before we was also in the membership. Now we are since 8 years member. And together with this 2,400 members, it's really a powerful organization. And compare with CATS, it's not only footwear, it is textile, it is for many things like dishwasher or washing machine, whatever. And this is also important that we give also the impacts of new ideas from other industries. We are also a member of Standardization Committee for Footwear, because if we talk about standards, we need also to measure KPIs we need also to figure out how we can check the quality of a footwear, or if we talk about environmental, the CO2 footprint, whatever. And last but not least, LWG, the leather working group, because this is our traditional material and leather is important for us, and we are a member of also of the leather working group, because here in this point we also implement in the name is protocol. It's like a certification protocol, also the social point. So we have many, many challenges. We talk about this. If I sit in the headquarters and I see what is the regulation is coming up from Green Deal, from Brussels, I think, oh my God, how to manage all of this? Headache. And how we can go ahead. And one of the points was, and this was, I talked before, I come to this point, one of the challenges was how to install a grievance mechanisms. We was also talking about in our CATS organization about this, because we are one of the customers from the footwear producer. Maybe they produce for us 10% of the production volume, or 20, or 5, but not 100. And so it needs also, if you want to roll out a grievance mechanism, a cooperation. And in the best way, we have a standard. This makes the things much more simple. And the topics we was thinking before, also in our company, what are the challenges to install a grievance mechanism if you have no good solution? The language, yeah? Okay, in German words, in English, okay, but maybe in Portugal, in Spain, or if you look to Asia, from Vietnam, Cambodia, we don't understood. Maybe there's a call is coming, we understood? No. Also, we need a simple system because we are a small, medium enterprise. We are not a big player. We have not 10, 20 people in the CSR department. So we need a simple system, not only for us, also for the factory and for the workers. They need to understood and not need a handbook to understand what we want. So also a simple process. Another point was communication channel. In which way? They call me or send me an email, or in which way? From China, from Asia, by WeChat? I don't know. It's also very well if the system will be accepted. If you roll out our own system, it will be accepted, or maybe the factory say, hey, I have this address, why do you want your own system? Let us work with another one. Makes the thing so complicated. So collaboration with other business partners was our key point. We tried also in the CATS organization, but we see it was very complicated. And so we was very happy that also amfori go ahead and start with Speak for Change. And this was the point we say from the first moment, okay, let us try to be a partner also in the period where amfori is working on this, in the pilot group, and start together in Vietnam, together with other footwear supplier in our industry sector, and to install this. Because then we have all the things together. A standard with other footwear supplier, we are not only, or with other footwear partner, we are not the only one who roll out the system in the factory, we are together with the other, and this makes the things more smoothly. And how it works. I have here some picture from the factories we roll out the system. This is the bigger one. It looks like for me like in university. For a training, they have a perfect room. You see here, they have also a projector and teach the workers. All the workers, they sign, so you have also documentation who was gets the information and the training. And also, okay, on the information board, the printout. This was a bigger one. This is a smaller one. They have not the same infrastructure. They do it in the production line. But good enough. It's better than nothing. And it's better like only to give them some printed paper. The team leader gives the instruction. It works in this way. You see also in another place in the same factory, same structure. They sign. We have the information board, or a much smaller one, because footwear production is not only in big factories, also in small factories. You see here the group of workers. They follow. I hope so they follow. And they have also here the information board and the paper. So we have a good overview. Or this one. It's repeat. This is a bigger one. They make a training in the canteen before lunchtime. Lunchtime is important. No? We could not eliminate the lunchtime. So it runs in the canteen. They give the instruction. And later also we have here the information board, the paper, and this one also. You see, we go to the factories first, give the training to the management, because this was important to address the management, also to win the management for the idea. And about this, we was also very happy that we not give the name grievance mechanisms. We are talking about speak for change. It's more friendly. Yeah, you must understood if maybe your business partner come to your company and say, hey, I have a good idea. Also in Germany, grievance mechanisms, Beschwerdesystem. And if they have something what is not right, they can claim by me. Or you talk about speak for change. It's more cooperation. And same also again, information in the factory, in the production line, and the paper. So for us, the conclusion is we need the acceptance by the companies and the workers. Important. It's not only that we have the idea as a Western company, we need also the cooperation, and it must be accepted by the factory owner, by the management, then it could work. We get also very good trainings material. And if you go to one of the factories for the training and also a competitor, we work together, yeah, makes sense in the sector. A competitor roll out the system. We must not do it by ourselves. The infrastructure is working well. It's perfect for us. And the implementation was not too complicated. It's for us as a smaller one, company with limited resources also important. And last but not least, we figure out, speak for change, it works. I think this is, in the end, important to know. Yeah, we can make a lot of efforts, and it's maybe paperwork, or it works definitely. And this system, it works. We had, in the meantime, 2 issues, and it was consolidated in Brussels from amfori. We go together in contact with our partner, which is also linked to this factory, and can talk about this, very transparent. Because our problem is not our problem, it's also the problem from our other partner, which is linked to the factory, and so we can solve all the things. So, with the Speak for Change, we rolled it out, and I think this is also, I will not talk about this before, we are not in the scope of the Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtengesetz, because we have more than 1,100 workers worldwide, but not in Germany, and depends on our company, it is also not in scope of the CSID and the CSDDD in the moment, what you know from the paper, from the regulation, because we are not in the scope as a definition of a company, because we are not a limited liability company. Yeah, and I think it's also time to say thanks to my team, especially to Olga and to Jody in Asia. They work very hard to install the system, was also involved in the rollout, and it's for us a very well solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burmeister. If you could stay there for some questions. Let's go to the screen. If you have any questions you want to pose, we've got one there. Please also enter your questions up here. We'll go to the lady at the front.
Hi, I'm Federica.
Can we have this mic on here? Sorry.
Hi, yeah, now it works. I'm Federica from Etica. Thank you so much for your talk. I really like what you said about the grievance mechanism and how if you go into a factory and you say, hey, I have a grievance mechanism, your workers can complain and then I can help solve that problem, that's kind of a difficult angle to communicate. And so I wonder, Speak for Change, I agree, it's a better name already. But still, in a sense, it's the same process. So how did you present that to the factory? I would be really interested.
In the beginning, no?
Yeah. Sorry? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit marketing. Yeah, it's the name solves not the problem, but it's also marketing. And we are talking face to face with a person, and we know the factory owner for a long time, very often, because it makes sense if we work many years together, and not only from season to season, we jump from A to B. And if you now, after 10 years, 5 years, 8 years, or 12 years, or whatever, go to a factory owner and say, hey, we want to install a grievance mechanism, that sounds hard. The new generation, also from the owners, they understood very well what it means. But it's more like a door opener. If you have not this hard word, it's more, yeah, what I say before, friendly. The problem don't solve by the wording. But it needs a cooperation. This is also what we talk in the whole day. collaboration. And this we need also from our partner from the factory. And the factory owner is important. If the factory owner not follow how to install a system like this.
So you convinced him to basically tell him that there are some benefits that he can or she can generate out of this, or how did you? What was the?
Yeah, it depends on this.
talk?
Yeah, we say, look, we have here many years our code of conduct. We make the audits, and this is also implemented part of the BSCI. We support it, that it will be integrated part. And go ahead with us, be open, it's like the future. And if something is not running well, it is also for both parties a plus if we can solve it. It's also cooperation with the factory owner.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Question here, gentlemen.
It's on, yeah. Hello, so Bernd Hinzmann in Kota. It's interesting that you explain about the collaboration with other sourcing brands and also with the supplier. And you said the system, Speak for Change, have effective changes done. But we thinking and talking also about the effectiveness criteria of the UNGP and the OECD of grievance system. It would be interesting to hear from you how you reflect this, and also if you're talking about engagement of stakeholder. I missed one relevant, so by Code Inglés it was really visible, the collaboration with unions or the rights holders themselves. How do you do the training? Could you give some example? And also the positives that you said there was some solutions where we should prove next time more in collaboration with partners. That would be interesting to hear.
Yeah, at first I understood your question. Is Speak for Change maybe on a final stage? Okay. So at first, what I was talking also that I say we are a small medium enterprise. We are not a big player like other one, and we need also the cooperation with like initiatives like amfori. And if amfori install a service like this one and has 2,400 also members, we think okay, it's a good starting point. And will be also improved year by year and go ahead. So if you ask, okay, what we are doing in this point, we trust the amfori system. This is for us the point. Yeah, we are not starting and say, okay, this is a Speak for Change. We compare it with this one or with another one. We think amfori make in this point a very good job and go ahead, season by season. And you as NGO, you can also talk about. We had also a conversation before this meeting here. Also in Detmold, you can also contact Brussels, amfori, and bring up your points. So the system could be also find solution, improvement. Also depends on your comments. And about the training, this was also a question, right? About the training, we are using the Speak for Change material. The information material, the education material, the training material. And we go ahead with these materials to install teaching the management in the factories firstly, later on the team leader from the teams which is working in the production line, and they give the information to the workers. This way it works. For us, it works well.
Thank you.
I think we talk about this, I repeated it before, you are really invited to go to amfori and give your comments because it needs a solution which is a standard and not a standard for Wortmann, it needs a standard for the community.
Perfect. Linda.
Just a very quick one. It does fulfill the requirements of UN Guiding Principle on effective remedy. Just want to make that point clear. Laura, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And we're going to take one more question, and I'll combine a couple of questions here. Can you tell me more about an example of an issue you got through Speak for Change and how you resolved it and who was responsible for resolving it? So an example of an issue, a grievance. An example of a grievance.
Is one of the example?
Yeah, and how it was resolved and who resolved it on the ground.
We have two issues. One of the issues, the worker sent an information. amfori tried to roll back, but could not give no feedback. So this was lost. And the other example was about wages, and this goes, yeah, okay, then you have to check the documents, you find what was happened, it is correct or not correct, and then it's very simple because this is documented in the books, and then it's easy, yeah, and you can solve it.
And it's
so not too complicated. And this was, for us it was important that we get the information about this channel, this information channel, and consolidate in Brussels, and Brussels say, okay, start with a meeting, invite for a meeting, an online meeting in this way, and we was together with all the other linked companies in this meeting, and it was reported to us.
And it was facilitated by a local partner in country?
Which...
yes, it was. It's a leading question, but yeah, it was one of the other questions anyway.
Yeah, okay.
So, all right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
No? Yes, now you can. Excellent. Thank you so much, Bernardo and Andreas, for sharing your practical examples of implementing ESG in your supply chains. Now, for me, the key takeaway in this was, for one, what Bernardo mentioned, each company had its own wake-up call, and that's what gets you going. And of course, for each company, there's a different intrinsic motivation, but it's very clear that with this community here, we have a very clear joint motivation to start working on the implementation. Now, what I also heard being said is that you need a strong governance to your company in order to properly implement E and S. And that is something that for many companies is pretty challenging, because putting things on paper, structuring, telling our internal community on who we are, how we work, and then conveying that message to our external stakeholders, that is pretty scary in some cases, but in this safe environment, we can have open conversations on that. So thank you for highlighting that. Now, I would like to take you to our next panel discussion. We heard about success stories, but we will hear now some other powerful stories demonstrating how we can achieve a collective remediation when all actors are joining forces. So I would like to invite to the stage Leong Shrew Mew, Chief of Social Compliance, Corporate Development Department at Hartelega Holdings Berghard, Saskia Hans, Quality and Product Compliance with Trixie Heimtierbedrijf GmbH, and Jonathan Thorngreen, Interim Membership Manager and Zero Tolerance Lead for amfori. And your moderator for this session will be Aubrey Evangelista.
Now it's working? Yes, okay, very good. Schönen Nachmittag, good afternoon, everyone. We had two wonderful, very practical presentations just now, and we will continue with this very practical approach now when we talk about the remediation of zero tolerance violations in the supply chain. And for those of you who are not yet familiar with zero tolerance, what does that mean in the amfori context? So zero tolerance cases are serious human rights violations that occur in the supply chain of amfori members and that are detected during an amfori BSCI audit. And it's not an easy topic to discuss when we talk about forced labor, child labor, serious occupational health and safety violations, unethical business, and so on and so forth. But it's an important topic that we need to address and that we need to discuss, because the main objective of the zero tolerance protocol at amfori is to remediate collaboratively amongst linked members, amongst the participants, bringing them together and to remediate as soon as possible. And yeah, Now it's my great honor to introduce you to the panelists of today. So next to me we have Jonathan Thorngreen, Membership Manager at amfori. Jonathan has been with amfori for 2 years now, and he has remediated and facilitated more than 50 zero-tolerance cases. So he can definitely share his experience on that. And he also participated in the task force on recruitment fees. Next to Jonathan, we have Ms. Leong Siumui. I hope that's the correct pronunciation. So Chief Social Compliance Manager at Hartalega. And thank you also for coming all the way from Malaysia. So very pleasure to have you here on board. Hartalega is a business partner of amfori that was audited under amfori BSCI. And Ms. Leong is an advocate for human rights and sustainability, bringing nearly 3 decades of experience in manufacturing, retailing, testing, inspection, and certification. And her expertise spans diverse areas, including social compliance, CSR, stakeholder relations, and supply chain management. And then we have Ms. Saskia Hans, a quality and product compliance specialist at Trixie Heimtierbedarf GmbH und Co. KG, German amfori member. Saskia has a background in strategic purchasing, procurement, and product management. And at Trixie, she's responsible for the progressive implementation of social compliance in the supply chain and for coordinating quality controls before shipment. So welcome to the panelists. And what do all panelists have in common? They have been part of previously of a remediation group on zero-tolerance cases. So they can share their experiences, their learning points, but also the challenges that they faced while remediating on a zero-tolerance case. And yeah, with that, I would like to raise my first question to Saskia. As an amfori member, how was it for you when you received the zero-tolerance alert? How did you address it?
Yes, hello, good afternoon. First of all, thank you, amfori, for having me today. I'm delighted to share our experience today about a zero-tolerance case we received last year at one of our suppliers from Thailand who is producing dog snacks for us. This was a zero-tolerance case, bonded labor due to recruitment fees. The migrant workers had to pay, and it affected more than 1,200 workers. And as the RSP holder of this business partner, Trixie took over the communication lead and started with the process. And today I'm going to share some of our insights. I'd like to split it into 4 points. The communication with the business partner, the collaboration with amfori, the achievements we made, and the problems we faced during the process. So the communication with the business partner went quite well and was really successful at the end. The business partner agreed on immediate cooperation and clarification, and they understood the seriousness of the case, and with their first reply we received, they took over the full responsibility and already sent a corrective action plan and with further steps to be taken. They were eager to solve the case and to make all necessary improvements needed to get rid of the zero-tolerance label. They made a lot of efforts to comply with the amfori guidelines and were very receptive to our suggestions. And they submitted sufficient evidences and calculations, like proofs, pictures, everything we needed to see the remediation going on. And they actively participated in trainings and overall showed a high willingness to solve the case. And the remediation plan they sent us was very ambitious, considering the number of workers, as I said, more than 1,200 migrant workers, mainly from Myanmar and Laos affected. and the amount of reimbursement, because we decided, or not we decided, the business partner agreed on reimburse the workers to pay the money back for the last 2 years, with a reimbursement plan for the coming 2 years. Do you want me to go on with?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. And the collaboration with amfori was really valuable. We worked together with Martin Koschwitz. He supported us during the whole process. We, as you can imagine, and Trixie, this was the first zero tolerance case ever for Trixie. So, as you can imagine, we had a lot of questions, and Martin always stand aside and shared his expertise and invested a lot of time in us, and because we had a lot of questions, and he always supported us and encouraged us to go our way and to communicate with our business partner as we did, and all the results we received on the way from our business partner, we forwarded to amfori, and Martin forwarded it again to his experts. I guess that's you, Jonathan. And they rechecked all those points and gave us some input, what we can also ask for, what we can discuss with the supplier, and yeah, that was really helpful and, as I said, valuable for us. The achievements we made. First of all, we helped to change the life of more than 1,200 workers sustainably, because from now on, they do not have to pay recruitment fees anymore. And on the other hand, we helped that they get reimbursed. That means that they get the money back for the last 2 years they paid within the next 2 years. So that was really helpful, and a really big achievement was also that we discussed with the business partner that in case a worker is leaving the factory for whatever reasons, if the worker resigns or the working contract ends, he or she will get one payment of the remaining amount at that day, because this money belongs to the people and to this worker, and for whatever circumstances, if it's resignation or end of contract, they have a right to get the money in one payment back. And the problems we faced were, of course, the negotiations we had to make. Just as I said, this reimbursement when contracts end or the worker resigns, this was something we need to discuss about with the business partner really long. But in the end, they agreed. We pushed this through, and from a member's point of view, this is a good achievement. And what else did we face? Yes, we wanted that the reimbursement period, the time they pay the money back, is about 2 years, but we wanted them to pay back in a shorter period, 1 year or probably 1.5 years. But the business partner explained to us that due to the high amount of they have to reimburse, it's quite difficult for them. We are talking about more than $200,000 they need to pay back. So at the end of the day, we agreed on their reimbursement plan and their reimbursement period. Yes. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Saskia, for sharing your experience. And yeah, as we can see with this collective remediation approach, there was an impact for workers, although this entire process did not go without challenges.
Yeah.
And if you have questions for Saskia, we'll have 15 minutes in the end for Q&A, and we will collect the questions via AHA slides. So please, if you have questions, raise them via AHA slides. Also, tell us your name, the name of the company, and the question. And if you have a targeted question to the speaker, then please mention that as well. And now we heard the members' perspective. I'd like to continue with the role of amfori to facilitate this process. So, Jonathan, as amfori, if you're alerted of zero tolerance alert with the platform, what steps do you take next?
Yeah, so basically our first step is to contact all the link members of a business partner and to first of all share a case file with them that kind of raises all the details of the findings of the auditor. And then as quickly as possible to organize a remediation call with all the link members and to go through the case file, see if there's any open questions, and if there aren't any, oftentimes there are, we move forward to a first step towards remediation, to come to an agreement within the group, to see, having a consensus on what is the most realistic approach to the remediation. And then is typically the role of the remediation lead to then contact the factory and to address the situation. Now that's where the power of the collaborative approach is when we have really several business partners, several members linked to a business partner, there is more leverage involved, and that is very helpful in the process because it puts a little bit of a sense of urgency on remediating the issue. And then there is a back and forth for a while, as Saskia has explained. Questions come up, challenges are raised, and it is our goal to find an approach that kind of finds a compromise between what is human rights in theory and human rights in practice. As you can see with a factory that employs over 1,200 migrant workers, we're talking about very large amounts, and the liquidity of a factory is not necessarily allow them to reimburse everything at once. And so we had a bit of a challenge there to reach that compromise, to also see that the theory told us as quickly as possible, but working towards that posed a number of challenges because our requirements on paper really said that a reimbursement plan of over 2 years was maybe not the way to go. So we saw several cases like this and decided that we needed to look into our standardized approach here to make sure that we allow for a certain degree of flexibility that is within reason. And that's where it's really important to have an open conversation that allows you to find a way that doesn't hurt the factory too much, but that also doesn't hurt the workers too much. It's hard to find that balance, and so we also came up with a task force on recruitment fees, where we brought together several amfori members that had experienced zero tolerance cases related to recruitment fees in the past 2 years, so this was last year. And we also involved auditing companies to gain also insight from their side. And the result of this was to allow for a certain degree of flexibility without, being, let's say, showing a lack of ambition. So in a sense, I think the approach allowed us to remediate cases that in the past might have led to just an end of the business relation and no benefits for the workers, a disadvantage for the business partner in losing the business relationship, and also for the members ultimately to be able to have that continuous relationship with the factory, which is equally important. Because if we just disengage, we don't solve the problem. So that was a very important point. In the case of Thailand, obviously, we are dealing with smaller numbers when it comes to recruitment fees than in Malaysia, for example. This is also due to the fact that with Thailand, the migrant workers come from bordering countries. So there is a relatively high turnover when it comes to workers, as they might just go back into their home countries fairly easily just by going across the border, which in other countries isn't the case. In other countries, there are really a lot of costs involved in traveling to the country where the migrant workers have found employment. And so disengaging all of a sudden there leads to much higher costs, which brings a number of other challenges that Ms. Leong will be able to also raise in her experience. And yeah, so maybe that's a good segue onto our next panelist. Aubrey, if you want to take it.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for sharing your experience on facilitating zero tolerance cases. And we can definitely see that every case has to be treated on a case-by-case basis because every case is different. Different countries, different factories, different circumstances. But now we want to hear from Ms. Leong. From a business partner perspective, you had a zero tolerance case on recruitment fees as well. How did you get to remediate it? What steps did you take?
Sure, thank you. So I'm from Malaysia, and many people know about Malaysia during pandemic time and realize that Malaysia actually is the largest glove producer in the world, that we produce and supply about 60% of the global market. And the issue, I think, started from one of our competitor, which is the largest glove company on earth, that being banned by CBP, the US Custom Border Protection, and followed by others, a few more glove company during pandemic time, when people actually need a pair of gloves to protect themselves. So what happened in my company, Hatalega, we are quite grateful that we are all right and survive through the situation. So I've been employed and hired in, worked for Hatalega for 4 years. And one of the reasons I get hired is because of addressing all this forced labor issue. And previously I was working for Walmart. Many of you have known about it. And it's the world's largest company, Fortune #1 company, and being spent years on supply chain development. So those information is actually in the sourcing perspective at the time, support the supply chain. So I'm transferring some of those models that I've been learning from the supply chain in different countries. I do in charge of the Asia Pacific region. So to the company of Hatalega, and using the shortest time to turn things around. So recruitment fees is a very, very complex issue. It's not only happening in Malaysia. Actually, it's also happening everywhere in the world, including in the European countries or in the North America and so on and so forth. So how can we tackle this global issue? Collaboration becomes very important. So what we have done at that time, I pick up the project and I'm reaching out to our labor agencies and I reach out to many different stakeholders and listen to them. We also, engage the non-profit organization and start to interview more than 2,000 workers, foreign workers. By the way, my factory, we are having about 9,000 workforce. So that data point, that the foreign workers actually is about 5,000. So we're taking about 43% of that portion to evaluate and listen to them what's going on, to understand they are coming from different corridors. They are from different countries. It's not so unique like in Thailand, mainly from Myanmar. So the company that I'm Hatalega, we are actually engaging workers from Bangladesh, from Myanmar, from Nepal, and from Indonesia, as well as local Malaysian. So it's a very complex situation, and different years, they are having different fees occur. And as many of you also know, Malaysia actually having some corruption issue going on, is exposed in the news. That actually also one of the contributing factors run by the government to insist on assign certain labor agencies. So all these complex issue, and then when we start to listen to the workers, and then I was asking, my company never engaged into getting any recruitment fees from the workers. Where these recruitment fees coming to? So there's a labor activist actually exposed in the news, and this is a shock to some company in Malaysia. So through the interview with workers, then we find out in certain country, it is their local cultural practice to give a small token of money or something to appreciate the people who actually introduce them for a job, which is a sub-agent or the village head, or in some term called snake head, the snake head, okay? They are involving in certain human trafficking position, in the supply chain as well. So this again is a good learning as a company. Then besides that, when we gather all this data, then there's no such model of how can you reimburse. So you can cut the statistical data by medium or mean or average or the mean value. Are you going to include to pay them for the interest fees or you're not? Or how about the exchange rate? Very complex. So we reach out to some of the labor agency, labor consultants to get a model. And after the model, we benchmark within the industry as well as cross-industry, and not only in Malaysia, also cross-country, to see how genuine the data that we are receiving. Then the workers also telling us some of the things that is a good learning as a factory, because we started not to implement the zero-cost recruitment fees back in 2019. And how come the workers coming in after 2019, April 1st, still involving in recruitment fees? So we have told and having a lawyer at the source country to station there to observe all this. Why is it happening? So some workers actually tell us, yes, the main agent, because as a company we signed the agreement, it must be zero recruitment fees. So the main agent dare not charge them. What happens is if they are charging, they reimburse in this room. Then the workers walk out from that room, get their reimbursement, they are pulling into another room. And then another room is having their sub-agents request for some money. So all these are the ones that is actually told by our workers. So it helps us to understand how it's going on. And then we also proactively engage CBP to tell them this is what's been happening, and we find out and what is our process for recruitment fees. Then it is so easy and very hard at the same time. If it's not pandemic, I don't think we have sufficient money to pump up more than 10, in Malaysian ringgit, it's more than 50 million Malaysian ringgit, which is more than 10 million euro to reimburse the workers. At the same time, my company, Hatta Lega, is being victimized in the process because our HR never charged a single cent, and we pay their air ticket, we pay everything, but we wouldn't know that the labor agency in the source country is doing all this behind our back. But we are the one that have to reimburse them because they are working in our premises, and we reach out to the buyers, some of your similar to some of your organization as a buyer, and none of them want to pay a single cent. So if it's not a pandemic, we are not earning, I don't see we have the capability to pay that kind of huge lump sum. So we had done that, and we benchmarked with previously, because I worked in Walmart, so I did involve in Thai seafood supply chain issue. So we benchmarked and realized that in Thai seafood supply chain at that time, they are also paying reimburse some of the recruitment fees to the workers, but at the end, the workers are in more debts. So where did this come from? So they actually go for gambling and some other thing. So we are so worried about our workers is having the similar behavior, because human being tends to a certain behavior, and suddenly you get extra money, right? Big lump sum. So what we have done, we do a modeling of first reimbursement installment 20%, and subsequently go for installment. It ranges for 8 months up to maximum 24 months, depending on which nationality, because the amount can be about 5,000 all the way to 18,000 Malaysian ringgit. So then we start to interview the workers. After first month, they get the 20% of 18,000, which is quite a big lump sum for them. And we realized that some of them actually go for online gambling. And some of them actually buying headphone. Some of them are buying like luxury items. We tell them this is supposed to not be the way how you're supposed to use your money. You need to think about why you go overseas to work and away from your family. Shouldn't you think about your future? So with a few months of education, workers start to wake up, because the second month you go down to normal installment, they start to feel the pain of being poor again. So then we have built a lot of video clips collecting success stories from the workers. Workers start, after a few months, they start to think about, I want to buy land, I want to buy a motorbike, I want to buy a TV, I want to support my children's education. Hopefully they can get a university degree so they do not need to be workers. I want to keep my money when I go back to my country. I want to build my own business. Then we know that they're mature enough. It took us about 3 to 4 months. So lesser than, I think month number 8, we reimburse everything to them, because now the workers know how to use the money wisely to develop their future. I think this is very critical when we go into the recruitment fees reimbursement. I want to reiterate, majority of the factories in Malaysia do not collect any recruitment fees. The problem is actually happening in the source country labor agents, and we also do not understand why, when the news report come out, is the message is tilted to one side. It's not a full message of what happened in the manufacturing in Malaysia that actually being victimized in the process. Now, once all this is done, we look forward to how to elevate to a higher level where this recruitment fees is going to be a global issue, it's going to be ongoing issue. So we built a new model that we're tightening up by adding a few mechanisms. So the old mechanism have a 4-gate checkpoint. So 0 recruitment fees, including before their recruitment, right before they are flying off, when they landed in Malaysia, as well as 3 months after they landed in Malaysia, we do an interview to make sure they are free and do not need to pay a single cent to get a job. So those are the old system, including having the lawyer. The new system, we actually put onto the internet to ask for the interest for proposal for the labor agency. So the labor agency, when they send the proposal to us, we screen through, and there's an assessment that we develop. And once we find out they are not in compliance, we give free education training to them. Until they are ready, then we send into a third party to do a labor agency due diligence audit. And that will pay by us. After the audit, it come back to us, we look into that, and then work into the potential labor agency to ask whether they can change or not and to be in compliance. There's a lot of dialogue and free education on that. And once they committed, then the commercial purchasing team will come in to look into the contract to reward those that cope with our system. To reward them and pay the installment to make sure they get sufficient money so they are not charging the workers. Yeah. And this is one system. Give me another 30 seconds. Yes. The second system that we are building in is to engage into a hotline And we also have the NGO on the ground in the sourcing country, besides our lawyer. And the rest of the system is the previous system to address this global issue. And I hope that will help some of the buyers or the people over here to implement those systems in your company. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leon. Yeah, thank you to all the three panelists for the contributions. And yeah, from the last contribution, we already see the complexity in the remediation of those cases. And yeah, the challenges and the efforts are involved to solving those. We received quite a lot of questions from the audience, so that's really good. There's a lot of interest here, so I'll try to group them. And I'll start with Saskia, to the amfori member. There were questions on what leverage did Trixie have in the remediation of the zero tolerance case, and how you track that the full reimbursement was made, and how are you making sure that no recruitment fees are being paid in the future?
Yes, as I said, we sent all those proofs we received from the business partner to amfori. They double-checked, we double-checked. We asked the business partner to set up all the impacts on the amfori platform so that all linked members could follow it. And at the end, there was a follow-up audit in which the auditor, in this case Intertech, checked all the details of the calculation plan, the remediation, the reimbursement plan, and also received proofs that the first reimbursement has started and that they had been paid to the workers. That was the proof, yeah.
And how will you track the full reimbursement and that in the future no payments, no recruitment fees will be paid?
How we will track it in the future? You mean?
That no recruitment fees will be paid by future workers in the factory?
First of all, we received the information. We had the communication with the business partner, and they took over the responsibility. They did the training. They assured us that they educate their staff better and that they know about the problem and that it won't happen again. So that is the first. We trust them because this is a partnership on eye level and it's a long-term supplier from us. And then, of course, we have the amfori audits. We have this follow-up audit now, and then we have, in the next 2 years, we have a full audit again. And of course, this is something which will be checked and the documentation, the payrolls, everything. And yeah, I think this way.
Yeah, thank you very much for your answers. Then I have a couple of questions for amfori about the zero tolerance protocol. How many zero tolerance cases does amfori resolve per year, and how does amfori deal with members who do not want to resolve zero tolerance cases?
Yeah, so for the first question, I honestly have to say I don't know. I don't look at the numbers. I really look at a case-by-case basis. And so I find it unhelpful to really just look at a percentage. Because each case is different, and as to the second question, which kind of ties into that, the reasons for a lack of engagement can vary quite a bit. So again, it is on a case-by-case basis. It can be a very constructive conversation. It can be a bit of a stern lecture. But the goal is, from our side, is to understand the weaknesses in the process, to see what aspect needs to be fixed, because what we encounter in certain geographies is a reluctance on the side of the business partner to engage, because in their country the recruitment fees are considered legal and they don't necessarily see the need to adhere to international conventions because they feel it's a bit of an imposition on them. And in the case where we just have one linked member that is having this conversation with their business partner, they lack the leverage. And I've had cases where we had several conversations with the linked member, trying to give them the right arguments for the business partner. They even wanted us to have a conversation with the business partner, but there was a reluctance to remediate, and which led to, unfortunately, the termination of the business relationship. So this is not the ideal case, but in others, it is, having that ongoing conversation, taking it step by step. I mean, the ILO conventions on forced labor stem from 2019, and so this is still somewhat new to many factories. In many cases, we see it's a first-time audit, and the factory management is actually not necessarily aware of the concerns. So it is a form of education, learning by doing, and hoping to not repeat the mistakes, to implement a social management system that takes recruitment fees into account, because this is something that wasn't the case. And there's a plethora of other scenarios. So like I said, it is a case-by-case conversation on the engagement of the member and of the business partner.
Thank you, Jonathan, for your answers. And I think also conversations and panel discussions like these today are very good to reinforce a collaborative approach, even when it comes to zero tolerance cases. I have 2 more minutes, so one question for Ms. Leong. Since there is quite negative experience with labor agencies, do you think they can be trusted, or should all recruitment happen directly, in your opinion?
Okay, all the time my company actually is, we do not go through Malaysia agents, so we go through direct recruitment. Direct recruitment, but in the source country, you cannot speak their language, you don't know who is who. So no matter what, you still need that mechanism in place. So what we have seen that with a robust system, and after the borders is open, after pandemic, so we brought in the first group, and we actually go to the embassy to ask about the labor attaché, to interview those new workers. Have you paid? And very happy, the results come out is not, they are not paying. Everything is absorbed by us. Because I think as a due diligence you put into the process, like who you want to engage. Because there's so many labor agencies. And on top of that, the famous labor activists also going after us, which is good because it helps us to really think about what modeling that you need to build. So he actually told us and write in email that he embed certain people in our factory, and he have checked. So I guess the system, having the NGO in the source country oversight the system, where the labor agency is doing the work, having a hotline run by the NGO, external party, help us collect information, having the lawyer oversight, having our HR team flew all the way from Malaysia to different countries to build those mechanisms, having the 4-gate checkpoint, and also the contract ahead of time that they can review. So this mechanism actually in place and being proven, at least in my company, that is effective. And of course, we cannot deny the fact if the workers want to cheat and lie to get a job, they pay, they don't tell you, they continuously not telling you. Those are the, can happen, but hopefully we can minimize it. But definitely, if that happens, people can cheat and lie to get a job, they can cheat on the quality of the product, and we are producing for glove. And how many years for a doctor to get a doctor's degree? It's so many years. We need to protect them and the nurses. And one day, you or me or our relative, in our whole life, definitely 1 or 2 times we need to go and see a doctor, right? So that's how significant it is, that why we impose all this, because a glove is a pair of gloves that protecting people's life.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Leong. I'm afraid our time is up. Thank you very much for your active participation. Thank you to the panelists for the very interesting discussion. I think one key message here is that active collaboration amongst all participants is key and a key success factor for the remediation of zero tolerance cases. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much to our panelists. That was perhaps the richest content session we've had so far. I really could make a whole day out of that session, but perhaps we'll save that for another time. It's coffee break now. Please be back here in 30 minutes. Remember, you've got the desks to visit for each of amfori's products at the back. So back here, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It says 30 minutes there, but it's actually 20 minutes.
We'll help you out, please.
20 and 30 minutes, look.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't see you for the light, but if you can try and work your way to the front, I would be ever so grateful.
Can you go?
And I promise you cocktails at the end.
Wait. This is good. Go from the guy there.
Ladies and gentlemen in the back as well, I have empty spaces here. I promise you cocktails. Come on, you can do it. Tristan, even with a microphone and a bell, they still don't see the midget. Okay, excellent. Almost managed. Now, for the last leg of the program, and if you can quiet down, I know you had your sugar boost, but I'm just asking you to keep the focus for just a bit longer. We have an excellent final panel discussion, and we're going to talk about the case for corporate sustainability reporting. So I would like to invite our panelists to the stage, Mr. Richard Howard, Miss Emily Norton, Miss Andrea Perales-Padrón, and Miss Katharina Wortmann. Please take the stage, and your moderator for this session, Amanda Soler.
Yes, it's working. Is this working? Yes. Okay, lovely. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, Sophie. So we have an very important mission for this session, which is to make corporate sustainability reporting exciting on Monday at 5 p.m. Don't get me wrong, I'm very excited, and I really think that we are living an unprecedented momentum for sustainability reporting. We will hear more about this in a moment. But before we start, I would like to run a quick exercise with all of you. We've been sitting all day, we are tired, it's a little bit dark. So I would like to test the temperature in the room. Please don't get angry with me, so I may ask everyone to please stand up. Thank you for your cooperation. So what we're going to do is I am going to say 3 statements, and I would like you to sit down if you agree with those statements. We will do it 3 times. So statement number 1. Please sit down if you think that current corporate reporting is driving impact. Impact as in sustainability impact or financial impact.
You need to stand and sit again, sorry.
If you agree, you sit. If you are not sure, you can stand still.
1/3.
Wow, okay. Okay, fair enough. We have a tough audience here. Okay. So if someone actually sat, can you please stand up for the second statement? Lovely, we have some people. So the second statement is, please sit down if you think that current sustainability reporting is credible. All right, well, this is going a little bit better. Yeah. Not too bad. Okay, it's improving. It's improving. Right. So let's run for the third statement. So if you can stand up, thank you. Please sit down if you believe that companies are ready to comply or to follow the reporting requirements that are coming. I kept the hard one for the end on purpose. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now we've tested the temperature a little bit. So thank you for your collaboration. So how the session is going to work, we are not going to run into a technical discussion on the standards. We're not going to explain how companies need to comply with those. What we want to do is to collectively brainstorm and come up with some messages that we more or less agree in the room should be leading or steering the reporting exercise. And so how the session is going to work, in this important momentum for corporate sustainability reporting, we brought together a panel of experts. I believe Emily is joining the panel too. So each of them represents an important perspective within the reporting ecosystem. So we will cover certain statements from the legislative / CSO angle. We will cover another statement from the investor perspective, another statement from the due diligence integration perspective, and we will finalize with a very important, the very important perspective of the corporate sector. So each of the speakers have picked one statement that they would like to share with you and for you to reflect on. And we will need your brains for the second part of the session, because we will be testing if you agree or disagree with those statements. And then the final part of the session, quite straightforward, will be a Q&A where we will ask you to, having reflected on those statements, share your reasons why you agree or disagree with those. So without further ado, I'm going to cheat a little bit and read your bios. So I'm very delighted to welcome you to this panel and really trust the expertise that you will bring. I would like to start with Mr. Richard Howitt. He's a long-standing friend of the amfori family. Mr. Howitt has been a leader in the movement for sustainable, long-term and purpose-driven business for more than 30 years. He was a key architect of the EU's non-financial reporting directive and has been an outstanding advocate for the recently adopted EU sustainability standards, as well as their implementation, for instance, in roles such as advisor for Corporate Transparency Alliance, in his engagement with the private sector and the Frankly Speaking series of podcasts, of which I am a fan. Richard, it is very difficult to pick and choose one standing point for you because you kind of represent all of them. But I think that's precisely what will bring value to the session, and you will help us steer it in the right direction. Then we have Emily Norton, which should be with us in a moment. Emily has extensive experience in advising, educating and engaging with businesses, industry initiatives, policymakers and CSOs with regards to development and implementation of due diligence policy and standards. And Emily would make a very important connection between the reporting exercise and due diligence. So we've spent the whole day talking about due diligence in global perspectives, due diligence in practice. And now I'm actually very excited to guide you through the missing piece of the equation, which is, you guessed it, corporate reporting. And then last but not least, sorry, not last, next on the list is Andrea Perales-Padron. Andrea is the ESG specialist for consumer at Adviva Investors. She, of course, joined us from the investor angle, and today she will bring her solid experience in analysis of ESG risks and performance for the wide range of clients in different industries, especially, and as I just mentioned, in the consumer sectors. And based on her current and past experience in supporting businesses and fund managers to understand and implement ESG international frameworks, Andrea will let us know what quality reporting means for the investment sector, and also how the relationship between investee companies and investors can be optimized. And now, last but not least, we have Katharina Werman with us. She is the essential piece of the conversation because she represents the undertaking, so this is the corporate angle. Katharina is responsible currently for the internal implementation of sustainability and reporting legislation at Aldi South Group. But beyond reporting, she also has hands-on experience in the implementation of corporate responsibility strategies for food and non-food supply chains. And I believe that, Catherine, you will make the connection between all the points that will be discussed from the corporate angle, and also share your experience on how companies can optimize the reporting exercise. And without further ado, because I spoke a lot, I would like to hand the floor to our speakers for a couple of minutes to make their statements. Richard, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, my statement. Good afternoon, everyone. Brilliant to be back at amfori, and I am a huge fan and proud to stand to serve on its stakeholder advisory committee. My statement is that it's good for business. And it is true, I've been working on this for 30 years, which means I'm old. And I've been making the business case for responsible business conduct for all of that time. And there will be some of you who will say, well, if it is good for business, wouldn't it have happened by the end of 30 years? And my riposte to that is that it has happened. It's happened for many of you, and many of the companies that are involved in the transition are indeed benefiting from it. And I want to argue that reporting is a key part of it. So we all know the case for responsible business conduct, better productivity, better relationships, better loyalty from customers, employees, and so on. But the case for reporting it is also as strong. Now, I'm resisting quoting Peter Drucker because you know what he said, but the evidence is really clear in favour of what he said. So in terms of access to finance, and we'll see what Andrea says, but in terms of access to finance, cheapness, as well as readiness of access, there's something called the KZ index that measures that. Research shows that companies are 2/3 better off if they report on their sustainability. If you look at risk management, the World Economic Forum, risk assessment each year, 6 of the top 10 risks, real risks to real businesses, are in the social and environmental arena. If we're talking about applicants for jobs, 40% of applicants for jobs in your companies read your sustainability report as part of thinking about whether they want to take up the job or to apply. And if we're talking about cost and benefit, there are so many examples, but one in the Harvard Business Review showing that the benefits of reporting far outweigh the costs when you measure that in money terms. So that's my opening statement, that actually it's good for business and that the prime audience of the report is within the business itself, more important than it is to the business's stakeholders. Now, I acknowledge that there are companies that are still stuck in the mindset that this is a necessary evil, something we've got to do for the regulator. The minute you finish the report, you can forget about it. Those are companies who miss opportunities because they're not thinking about the information that we're all dealing with and reporting. And as someone who was in the European Parliament, I was a legislator, I ask you to think why legislation comes along. Because regulators are not outside the system, they're part of the system, and they want the system to work just as much as companies do. Yes, they have a different role, but there's a vested interest amongst all of us to make the system work. And when I drove through that 2014 directive that Amanda referred to on non-financial reporting, there was still a lot of concern at the time that this was too much for business, that business wasn't ready to do it, they couldn't be credible. All of those concerns were there at the time. Within 2 years, the Eurobarometer study showed that a majority of businesses thought it was the best thing Europe had ever done on the issue of responsible business conduct. And that was quite an accolade, and shows that the fears about these things sometimes don't then prove out with the practice. And it's the extra clarity, it's the extra certainty, it's the extra legitimacy for what we're all doing in terms of reporting that comes when there is regulatory backing. And it's there because of the famous level playing field, so that everyone respects the standards and your competitiveness is not undermined by those who would not. But increasingly, it's about saying that in this complex world of complex global value chains, it enables you to see your way through the mire and to stay in charge of your own business strategy. And the work that we did to standardize sustainability reporting standards, which is ongoing today, but has gone huge leaps and bounds since a few years ago, was all about saying that companies were tired, they were fatigued with having to answer question after question from voluntary frameworks, from credit rating agencies, from NGOs, and that we've now brought some clarity to all of this. So I could say, reporting a good thing, you really should do it, but you are doing it. Because 30 years ago, it was 12% of large companies, country by country. It is now 80%. And it's 80% just about everyone in this room and watching us online, not because we've been subject to some sort of mass psychosis, but because we've realized that it is part of the fabric of everyday business. It's the same as putting the lights off when you go home or making sure you get paid. If you're a sustainable business, you probably put the lights off a bit more. But we are doing it. The statement isn't that there's a case for doing it for those that aren't. The statement is it's how we do it to the benefit of the company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, for the enlightening statement. And indeed, I really liked when you mentioned that sustainability reporting has become part of the basic fabric of businesses. Indeed, the title of the session was a little bit misleading in purpose to get the attention, but it is true. What we're discussing today is how can we make this work, and also within the due diligence ecosystem as well. And with that, I would like to move to Emily's statement, who I hear is online already with us. Emily, thank you very much for joining us.
Is that a yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, thank you. You can hear me. No, thanks so much, and thank you for the invitation. And I'm very sorry not to be there in person as planned, and also not visible as planned. So I'm sorry for that. Thank you for the opportunity. And just to say that, yeah, my statement, I think we're not putting them up on the screen, so I can read that out. That our statement from the OECD was that sustainability reporting is a central part of due diligence and vice versa. The two elements are interconnected and they work together. So I thought I'd very quickly introduce how we approach the topic at the OECD, just as context, and then go into some of that statement. Thank you. I can see it up on the screen now. Just to highlight at the start that we do talk at the OECD, of course, about sustainability reporting, not only in the context of what are commonly known as ESG risks, but also, of course, in the context of sustainability impacts, or RBC, responsible business conduct impacts. ESG risks are, in summary, the financial risks that can impact the company's performance or be material for investors. And those, of course, have been the focus of many existing sustainability reporting frameworks, whereas sustainability impacts are potential or actual impacts on people, planet, and society. And those are the focus of our international due diligence standards that I believe were discussed earlier today. So the first, the ESG risk, is of course an inward-facing approach to risk. The latter is outward-facing. Importantly, though, there is huge overlap between what are effectively externalized impacts and risks that are considered to be financially material. Between the externalized impacts and then the risks that are considered to be financially material. So what we call sustainability impacts or RBC impacts can, of course, become material and can be material. And our instruments very much recognize that the relationship is very dynamic. And I wanted to touch on that partly because, of course, we're seeing parallel developments with due diligence legislation that's coming up, due diligence standards emerging that, of course, focus particularly on the externalized impacts at the moment through the human rights and environmental legislation, whereas, of course, particularly in the EU, we are looking at reporting that is looking at the connection between the two. So turning to the statement, I wanted to first recall that while reporting, of course, is a component of our due diligence framework, and it's a core component, it's got its own distinct step, human rights and environmental due diligence on impacts is, of course, a very core part of actually ensuring that the disclosures themselves are credible. And strong outward-facing due diligence processes, so focusing on identifying, managing environmental and social impacts, like evidence of forced labor, deforestation risks, severe environmental damage, can actually help to make sure that companies are finding and disclosing their material impacts in a way that is credible and arguably more consistent. And so in this way, due diligence is part of the answer. You can't have credible reporting on material risks without a proper process. And so this means, in essence, and it sounds like this would have been discussed a lot earlier, but in essence, we're really talking about proper governance and credible risk management systems to find and tackle issues and impacts in the supply chain. And companies need that process to go through their supply chain, set up the right data collection systems, evaluate what is or is not significant, or in the context of EU legislation, what is or is not material. And that means involving stakeholders. It means two-way dialogue with suppliers. It means those steps that are set out in the international standards about what a credible process looks like. And without that, critically, I think companies will almost certainly miss something that actually is material. And a corollary to that as well is that, of course, if companies do take different approaches to the process, then the results will be very different. So when it comes to the corporate reporting, you end up looking at apples and pears, very different results for a company that proactively engages stakeholders to one that doesn't, very different results for a company that engages in proactive risk-based dialogue with suppliers to one that perhaps relies on very static 3-yearly audits to spot issues. And then on the flip side, to speed up, and noting that my time slot is probably running out, but just to say that of course on the flip side, the relationship between sustainability reporting and sustainability due diligence works the other way as well. And I think we'll of course hear more. We had of course hearing from Richard on some of the business case. We'll hear from Aviva shortly, so I don't want to repeat some of the arguments that have been made and the reports that are out there, but I just perhaps flag that under international due diligence standards, effective reporting is such a key component of the process, and perhaps flag three particular considerations. First, reporting on your risks, on sustainability risks and impacts, on the prioritization process, on the due diligence activities, helps companies to measure and demonstrate good faith, progress, performance, continual improvement over time. It also allows them to justify their decisions and the outcome of their materiality assessments and their prioritization exercises. So it's really a means, as Richard said earlier, it's a means of building confidence and trust in the decision-making that's happened, the strategies with your key stakeholders, whether that's investors, governments, customers. Second, I think it's worth reminding ourselves that risk-based due diligence, by its very nature, by which I'm very much talking about environmental and human rights due diligence per the OECD and UN standards, is very flexible and proportionate by its nature. And that's the type of expectation that we hope will be coming out of the EU, giving companies a degree of discretion and flexibility in the methods that they use to identify impacts, the methods they use to engage with stakeholders and how they respond, depending on the context and the circumstances. That flexibility is really key to effective due diligence, not only to make sure that companies have expectations that are reasonable and implementable, but it also, of course, helps to avoid cut and run approaches. But it does not mean that, but by having that flexibility, it does not mean, of course, that companies can be given a blank check. And so the emphasis, therefore, because of that flexibility, has to be on demonstrating progress over time, demonstrating good faith efforts against meaningful targets, meaningful indicators. So I think I'll maybe end almost there, perhaps just a final point to say that it's also perhaps worth remembering, whilst we'll hear from financial sector shortly, and of course other stakeholders value the reporting in many different ways, depending on how they use. It is, I think, important to reflect that policymakers really do need to better understand companies' contribution to their key policy objectives. And in this way, of course, it's clear that CSDDD, CSRD are very, very connected. They feed into each other. But I think it's sometimes can get overlooked, perhaps, in discussions on practical implementation of these laws, that really there is a lot of pressure on policymakers to show results on these issues. They're going to need clear vision on progress to design future policies, evaluate the policies that are here, adapt as needed, and disclosure is going to be a really, really key part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emilia. And I would just like to recap on the points that you mentioned, because I really think that this is, given the spirit of the two-day event, I think it's very relevant to establish the right link between due diligence and reporting. And so you very well mentioned that it works both ways. So on the one hand, having proper governance, IRO management system in place, impacts, risks and opportunities for those that are not so excited about reporting and such. Having a proper due diligence system in place, it's essential to conduct a robust reporting exercise, and also the other way around. So how very interesting how the reporting exercise can actually help companies identify risks and opportunities, prioritize, also assess better what does work and what does not work within their own due diligence system, and how to move forward. And with that note, I would like to hand the microphone to Andrea for her statement, I believe also linked to the fact of what actually quality reporting means.
Can you hear? Yeah, you can hear me. Thanks so much for having me. I'm really happy to be here and to bring the investor perspective, because I feel there's a lot of confusion in terms of the plethora and variability of the ESG requests you're getting from your investors. So I'm trying to provide some perspective from what Aviva Investors thinks when we think about ESG investing. And I think it really boils down to the fact that we don't expect companies to be perfect from the get-go. So we really want companies to have a partnership model with their investors and rely on them also to help them in that process. But we do expect companies to be very proactive in identifying and managing the ESG risks and opportunities that will be material and would have an impact on the business model. So really focusing on that materiality is very crucial to us. And when it comes to reporting, what this really means is that you'll be focusing on quality instead of quantity. So you're probably being bombarded by all the KPIs on ESG that you need to report, But if you take a step back and you focus on what's really going to add value to the business, then you'll find your answer in terms of what you should be focusing on. And from our perspective, I think the most important thing when you find those material issues is obviously sharing that with your investor, but also really spelling out how those KPIs actually impact the business model, because sometimes it's not very clear that channel of impact, how a potential regulatory issue or supply chain management could impact the financial performance of the company. So just spelling that out is very useful. But most importantly, I think, is about managing those risks and mitigating those risks, and not only just saying, okay, we identified this as a potential ESG issue, we want to hear how you're mitigating it. And also that you share the difficulties of that process with us, because then we understand the whole picture. Today I've learned a lot about the difficulties about supply chain management and the nuances and intricacies of that. So it's important that all investors are aware of that, because then it becomes a joint program and we can better understand how we can work together. So I'll give you an example of what I think this might look like in practice. So there's a lot of talk around supply chain due diligence these days, and there's a lot of reporting that's coming online. And what I'm seeing is that there's a lot of focus on audits. And I'm not going to go into the issue with audits because I think it's been covered so far today. But I think what we want to see from companies is, yeah, audit is a good thing to report, but it's also very, very time-consuming, very data-heavy. So we want to hear from companies how they're actually mitigating the risks that are coming out in the audit. So the audit is just about, it's just showing you the manifestation of a problem that is already there. So we want to hear how the company is actually addressing those root problems, be it labor or human rights issues within the supply chain, and really focus on sharing that information, because ESG reporting to us is about understanding the risk profile of the companies and understanding what the opportunities are for the business model. So if we don't understand your company and we don't understand the risk that you're facing, it's really hard for us to make an investment, because we cannot go from the darkness and just trust that things are going to work out. So we want transparency. We want to have a conversation around this, and we want to understand the difficulties. So I guess the second point that I want to make is see your investors as a partnership, as your partners, excuse me, and really leverage them, because investors are starting to really have a lot of ESG capabilities internally. We're building those capabilities to understand what the ESG risks are for different sectors and how we respond, or how our companies rather respond to regulation. And so leverage that, leverage those partnerships, because we're here really to help companies transition. So don't be afraid of disclosing more because you'll be more scrutinized. See it more as we're going to disclose more because this is going to help improve our relationship with our investors, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much, Andrea. That was very interesting. And I think you mentioned you ended up with a very important point, which is, again, the word that we are continuously repeating, collaboration. And I think it was very important also the fact that you stressed how to collaborate. So it's not about getting everything right from the start. It's a continuous improvement process, and it's a process of building trust with your stakeholders, in this case with investors, and it's about being transparent about also the limitations or the challenges that you might face. And I think this is a message that I would really like to convey today. But we have one important statement left, so I would like to perhaps pass the floor to Katarina.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about quite an exciting topic. So I actually chose a statement to discuss if the opportunities outweigh the risk of reporting. And I'm actually quite new in the reporting space. So I started taking over the position about 5 months ago. Was before that very much in the implementation, working a lot on human rights due diligence, but then also on strategy. And I thought that at the very beginning, we were talking a lot about the challenges, but not so much about the opportunities. And I think if you change the storyline, if you really start thinking about the opportunities, like a whole new world actually opens to the company. So, and I really
started to understand it's about the company's position, the company's attitude, whether actually the opportunities outweigh the risks or not. And I think one of the biggest risks that I've also seen is that companies start building their strategy based on reporting instead of building a strategy and then report on their strategy. And I think this is very, very dangerous because you start ticking the box, you start thinking about compliance, but you stop thinking about how you can actually create an impact. And I think you need to really turn the story around, and you need to, and Emily said it, you need to have a solid due diligence process in place, solid governance process in place, and then you need to report on what you're actually doing. And it doesn't really matter if you can, or you actually can't tick the box on whether my policy is linked to a protocol X, or if I have a target on the activity Y, if actually you know that you have the resources in the right place to drive impact. Because I think companies always work on constrained resources, right? So you really need to prioritize. And then if the first years you can't really report on anything, I think that's fine, and it comes back to what Andrea said. It's about quality over quantity. And I think sometimes this gets a little bit lost in the story. So I think there are definitely opportunities out there. And another opportunity for me is, you talk about your journey, right? You talk about your strategies, you talk about your challenges, you talk about the opportunities as well. And I feel that if everybody starts being more transparent, you get also the acceptance from your stakeholders, your crucial stakeholders, but also I think there is, at least my hope a little bit, that by being more transparent, being more open, that also stakeholders adapt a little bit the expectations they have on companies, because it's not an easy journey to mitigate the risks. It's super complex. You need system change in the end. So it's not a linear exercise, meaning that if you do one thing, you mitigate another, or you mitigate a risk. You need so much collaboration, so much initiative from other actors around you. And I sometimes feel that there are expectations on companies that we can actually deal with everything out there. And maybe there's a little bit through this reporting exercise, being more transparent, engaging more with your stakeholders, you can actually generate this mutual understanding much more. And I think it comes again back to what Andrea said. I think we need to be honest in our reporting, but then we also need to trust that the honesty isn't being punished, meaning that if something doesn't work well, that we immediately get being criticized, because then the risk is again there that we are going back and just ticking the boxes and say, let's just be safe, let's just report that everything is going well, but then nothing actually changes in the end. And I think one of the most biggest opportunities that I'm currently seeing when it comes to reporting is that we as a company are currently starting to collect data in a very systematic manner through new systems. So we are working on a complete new IT landscape. We're working with very different departments in order to collect the data that we have never collected before. And having this data actually allows you to control much better your decisions when it comes to sustainability. And I believe there are very few companies out there that actually report on financial information without having a controlling department in place and without controlling the information that they are reporting on. And I think we now have the opportunity to do the same for non-financial information. So we need to control this information much more. And reporting on the journey is fine, but controlling your journey is much more important. So in the end, I think it's not really reporting that drives the change, but it's more the way we deal with reporting that actually brings us with the opportunities. And I think there are a lot of out there which we can actually leverage.
Thank you very much, Katharina. And I see many very good points, but I will stick to the first one and the last one, which are the same, which is my favorite one, that the corporate reporting can be a driving force. It's designed to be that, but it depends on the approach that the companies take. And it was very important that you mentioned the opportunity that you see, so how, and actually this is a challenge that we see in our members having to comply with a new, very long wave of not reporting obligations, but pieces of legislation that require reporting as well and due diligence and is integrated. And I think this should be step one, how to leverage your new way of collecting data, your new way of conducting due diligence to set up this strong system that will then allow you to first control your strategy, not only in terms of sustainability, but also in a changing world where supply chains get more complex. That gives you control over your business model and your business strategy, and also it's the starting point to, or even more than starting point, to comply with many different pieces of legislation together. So very important note. Okay, so I'm not sure how well we are doing with time actually, but I think we can move straight away to the audience check. So now is when we need your brains. I think we shake them a little bit at the beginning of the session. And we will have this Q&A code. You can scan it with your phone. And what we want to hear is, do you agree or do you disagree with the statements? And then the next part of the session is when you have to explain us why you agree or disagree. And I hope that you can challenge us a little bit. The Q&A will be, well, we don't see the names, so as long as you don't write any bad words, that's everything is welcome. So maybe we can give a couple of seconds, and if we can move to the next, lovely. Okay, so statement number 1, connection with the ESG ecosystem sustainability reporting is a fundamental part of RBC, responsible business conduct, to meet expectations from consumers, legislation, CSOs and investors. So this is what Richard explained in the end. At the end of the day, it goes much more beyond the benefits that are included there, but as a starting point to guide the audit check. Okay, so we have 46 people, 81, sorry. We can do a little bit better than that. It's closed. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was placing the blame on you. You're a good audience. Okay, good. So, next statement, strong sustainability reporting is a central part of due diligence and vice versa. This is Emily's statement. So she explained that how the two elements are completely interconnected, and I think our other speakers also touched upon it. So see what the audience thinks. Quite a few totally agrees. Somewhat, okay. Right, and I see a bizarre one, which I don't remember, but probably totally disagree. Cool. So 5 seconds left. And we move to, voila, the next statement. So this links to what Andrea was mentioning, so about not being afraid of sharing, the fact that due diligence is about continuous improvement and the sharing is caring. That helps you can leverage on your reporting exercise to build trust with your investors, and I think it actually goes beyond investors to other stakeholders as well. This is very good. I was expecting, just being honest, a little bit less, but it's, yeah, well done. Okay, we have a lot of totally agree, fantastic. And we move to the last statement now. So the opportunities outweigh the risks. Reporting is an opportunity for companies to increase their awareness and resilience in the supply chain, build trust and show progress. And again, I think Katharina's presentation went beyond those benefits, but yeah. So totally agree. Okay, that's good. We have a positive audience. I didn't get the impression in the first exercise, but it's improving. It's improving. Okay, 2 seconds. 1. There we go. So now it's where we move to the most dynamic, interesting part of the session. So I would like you to tell us why. Why do you agree? Why do you disagree? And if you have any questions, of course, feel free to shoot. We want just any feedback here. We're here to come up with the right messages to inspire everyone and to drive the reporting exercise. So if someone could confirm that the Q&A is indeed working, that would be great. It is working. Okay, good. And I believe, yeah. So we are here already.
Not coming through.
Okay, so we confirm that it's working. Sorry for being persistent. Yes. Okay. So what we're going to do, I prepared some questions that I was hearing, and I thought it would be interesting to ask the audience, and then we can give a few minutes to the audience to think. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. So maybe let's start. I will start with a question for Mr. Howitt, and then I will go through the questions in the chat, if that's okay. So, sorry? Yes, but I need to think about the order, so I'll start with this. So in the past annual event, you made a statement that kind of resonated with me. You mentioned that ESG investment was predicted to overtake conventional funds within 3 years in the EU. And I would like to hear more, how do you see, would you stick to that statement? How do you see the market evolving? And very importantly, do you see the financial markets prepared to absorb the disclosure requirements that are coming, that will come with the new requirements?
Yes, is the short answer. What some of you will have seen is that there's been a bit of a retrenchment in the last year with some investors. I'm not sure whether that includes Aviva pulling out of Article 8 and Article 9 investments because they felt that they couldn't quite be confident that they were following the rules. And then there's been this really hot debate in the United States where investors have been really pilloried by politicians and policymakers because of the very divisive, toxic relations there in the United States over ESG. And so some of you might see that and say, oh, well, this massive exponential growth in ESG is curtailing and it's not happening. My reading on that, first of all, in the States itself, where the attack is greatest, the investors aren't changing their practices. If you look at the figures, they're just talking less about it, they're hiding. But they're actually not investing less. Really interesting. And then as far as all of the world, the rest of the world, Europe and the rest of the world is concerned, and all of the world, I put that down to what I would call a shakeout in the system, that there was some greenwashing, and not necessarily deliberate, but things weren't as tight as they perhaps should have been. And the whole point of bringing in the investor disclosure rules was to tighten up on that and to make sure that the public, if they invested in something that was called an ESG investment actually was an ESG investment. And so I think the figures show us that that rise in the line is going on. The underlying long-term rise in the line in terms of ESG investment is going on. And those of us that work in the responsible business space have said for years, we want it not to be called CSR, we want it not to be called responsible business because it should be just business. That we've won all the arguments and it's just how we do things. And I think there's a very, very strong case that in the investment world that we'll lose the title ESG investment within a very small number of years because all investors will screen what they do against ESG risks and opportunities because it's so important to them in the same way as we've heard from Aviva.
Just a plug of pride that we didn't have to pull out of our Article 8 and Article 9, but just wanted to add to that because I think what's been happening in the backlash that you're seeing on ESG is really a misunderstanding of what ESG is. If you think of ESG as integrating environmental, social, and governance factors into investments, it's a no-brainer. It's just more information on the company, and more information is just better investment decision making. So I think a lot of misunderstanding is taking place around what ESG really means.
Thank you for the clarification, and actually that brings back to the question that was asked this morning by Natasha, right, on what does ESG mean a little bit. We're receiving many questions actually, so I will try to group them. There was one very fair comment that said that what is quality reporting, and I guess the level to which companies shall disclose information lies on the difference between internal and external reporting, what is the reader of the information, and whether whether they take action or not to prompt change, to push the company to take action. So this is linked, if I understood correctly, to other questions that basically say, okay, it's nice what we're discussing. It's nice the fact that we are promoting to build trust, that companies can engage with investors and so on, but it all ties back to what extent should companies be transparent. I don't know if I'm explaining myself correctly, but maybe Andrea and Katharina can mention this. So if you're a company, to what extent, what is a good level of transparency for you, taking into account the expectations from your stakeholders, the fact that you are, when you report, you are on the spotlight, and also the needs of the people that is requesting information. What would you say is a good level of transparency? Or how do you determine that? Because of course it varies on a case by case.
I can begin. So I think it boils down again to materiality. And what I was saying before in my opening statement was about really focusing on the ESG risk issues that will impact the business model. And I think what quality reporting looks like is flagging the issues, it's sharing how that impacts the business model, like spelling it out. It's sharing how you're mitigating the risks, this is the most important part, and also sharing what the difficulties are so everyone is aware of that. And if you really focus on what's material to the business, that doesn't have to be a whole lot of things. You can really prioritize here and tackle the things that are most crucial, more urgent, when you think also of timelines. So that's how I would go about it. But it's true that sometimes reporting can be daunting, and I think the other piece to all of this is access to management. So from the perspective of the investor, if you have your investor and that's a key stakeholder for you, providing access to management is a really important piece of your sustainability journey, because at least in my case, and I think a lot of my colleagues would agree, when I speak to management of a company and they can actually elaborate on their ESG strategy and they understand it and it ties back to the overall strategy of the business, that to me is the certification of everything they're doing. Because if the top management cannot talk about their sustainability efforts and how that fits into the long-term value creation of the company, they, to me, lose a lot of the credibility of how much ESG is being embedded in the company. So it's a mixture of disclosing fewer issues and also having transparency in terms of top management.
Thank you. This is, I hope, very helpful for the audience. Maybe turning to Katharina as well. How do you define what is a good level of disclosure?
I mean, this is a very good and very challenging question, to be very honest, because, I mean, we as a company have different stakeholders. It's not just investors that we need to talk to or that we actually address with the information that we will provide in our reporting, but it's of course also civil society, our customers, future employees, hopefully. So it's a little bit of a balance that we need to figure out, to be very honest. I think it's something that we are a private company, so we have never been subject to public, to reporting standards beforehand. And I think this is something that we will need to figure out. It's like, what's a good level of reporting? And this is also then based on the feedback that we, of course, receive from our stakeholders. So I would love to give you a very clear answer, but I think we can't, because it's a journey, like everything in sustainability, right?
And again, we circle back to the very important message that this is about continuous improvement within the company, and also in the context of due diligence, actually, because Andrea mentioned the fact that audits, it just gives you a small piece of the company risk profile, but it's a very small piece, so it's about continuous improvement within the company, but also working with your suppliers, your supply chain partners, which is something that amfori stands for.
Sorry, maybe just adding to this, sure. Because I think what's really important is like the honesty part, because I think at the very beginning, nobody actually said when it was asked if we have credible reporting, and then the whole exercise is worth nothing, to be very honest. So I think this is what's really, really crucial in this whole area.
Thank you, and I think I fully agree. I hope that everyone in the room agrees as well. If I may, okay, I think we have like 1 minute left-ish, so I would like
No,
to...
no,
No?
we're finished.
Oh, it's okay, good. So no minutes, 20 seconds, 20 seconds.
Why don't you round up for us, Amanda?
Sorry?
Why don't you say what they would say?
I would say they have 5 seconds to make a final call to action or advice to the audience, and I apologize to Emily because I didn't, and Richard, we didn't manage to give any questions, but if you could at least enlighten us with a final word on a call to action or message that you would like to share with the audience today, that would be great. Richard, would you like to start?
I didn't sit down on credibility, but I was on one foot. Because I think this audience, a lot of people have been doing a lot of reporting for a long time, work really hard at it, it's authentic, you really mean it, and it's a bit demoralising when you're told that your reports aren't credible. And I don't want people to feel undermined or disillusioned by that, because that's what I think, having watched and engaged in it in so long. But what all of us, including me, have to accept is that it wasn't credible in the eyes of investors, for most investors, and that still too many stakeholders weren't sure, and the lack of comparability was a big issue. We haven't talked today about digitisation. Most of them were done by PDFs. And now, in an era of standardisation, people are going to think the reports we do are as robust and authentic and reliable and credible as financial reports. Not all of those, by the way, get it right all of the time. But the truth is, that's a quantum leap in what people outside, whether they're investors, whether they're other stakeholders, whether they're regulators, think about us. And so I hope that you're not demotivated hearing that you're thinking all this reporting you're doing is going to be even better understood, heard, looked at, responded to, and that you feel motivated because of that.
Thank you very much, Richard. Andrea and Catherine, perhaps one sentence very quickly.
Your investors can be your partners, leverage them.
Well, use reporting to drive sustainability forward, because if not, it's an in vain exercise. So.
Emily, are you with us? Final word? Emilia, sorry.
I hope you can hear me, by the way. Amanda, can you hear me?
Lovely, we can hear you.
You can hear me. Maybe just to end to say that I think we're all looking for that comparability in many ways, and lots of different stakeholders for different reasons, but perhaps we don't just think about comparable between companies. Very often the processes are going to be different, the materiality assessments are going to be different. It's also about comparability year by year within a company, and I think we do assessments at the OECD of initiatives, and we look at a lot of company reporting, and I think being able to track the same risk issues in one year to the next is not always easy when you're looking at reporting. So being able to make speak to targets, speak to indicators, KPIs that are then going to be able to be compared year by year to show your progress against your own targets. It's not always about comparing across.
Thank you, Emily. And I will close the session. Thank you very much to all of you for the great meeting. And just to say, let's work together, let's make reporting work and be the driver of the changes that we want to see. We are here for impact. So thank you very much for your collaboration, and I wish you a good rest of the event.
Well done, Amanda. I think the evidence that was such good panels that we went a little bit over because they've got so many interesting things to say. Now, poor Leon is in between us and cocktails. Leon Mole is our chair of the board of directors and a very succinct speaker. And let's not have a wonky Leon here. He's also director of global safety at Ahold Delhaize. Leon, do you want a clicker or not?
No, I have nothing to click. Because
nothing to click?
No, there is a clear reason for that. I mean, well, I'm Leon. That's what already Tristan disclosed. And I'm the chair only very recently. I started earlier this year after Caroline Boucher left the board because she accepted another job at another company, which was not an amfori member. So yes, that's how things happen. But I'm very proud to be a member of the board, but also your chair, because if you look back at this afternoon of such a rich conversations, then I think we have a tough job, or I have a tough job wrapping these sessions up for you, because it is every single sentence almost that I would repeat in that summary, and I won't do that to you. I mean, again, I'm between you and the drinks. So I started scribbling down some words in my preparations, and well, I have hard times to read my own handwriting anyway. So bear with me. I will, in that limited space that's still left probably in your brains after this very rich afternoon, I'll drop a few comments with you, and I won't make it too long, I promise. But let me start with, there are quite a few colleague board members here in the room, and I would like them to stand up, that you all can look around. Reg, please, maybe there. Yes, thank you very much. And I would probably not be the first chair to say we never had such a good board. And I mean it. I mean, there is such variety in geography, in activities, in the assortment that they handle, that we are able to challenge the amfori Secretariat, and you can ask Linda later, but we really can put them sometimes a little bit on the edge of do they still like us or not. But I'm proud to be part of that group. Then just also remembering you why we are here, and that's of course because a Members' Day is always one of the best opportunities to exchange. And I think we've seen that today. We hope to see it again tomorrow, but I'm sure we will. But it's also here in Berlin, and yeah, I recognize that some of you have come from very far. Thank you very much for that, for the members. Some of you have been waiting in airports yesterday for quite a long time, or in a train with delay, or on a road. But we are here in Berlin, just also looking at Berlin as one of the top 5 most sustainable cities. And I think that's good also to be here and to have a look at it. Why are we in Berlin? And then Germany, it was already memorized earlier today. Almost 25% of our members of amfori are from Germany. So Germany still is a very important part of our membership. One member is not more important than the other, of course. But yes, amfori, well, not amfori, BCI started in Germany. Some German members, and to, well, also be a little bit nationalistic as a Dutchman. I think the Dutch joined quite quickly, and also some other countries. But that was 20 years ago, and that's all history. And at that time, it was mainly social compliance that we were looking at, and it was compliance in a sense. And well, there are some words that really make me a little bit nervous, and I heard them today: a tick-the-box exercise. And I think that's not what we ever have been. I mean, amfori or BCI have always been always focusing on continuous improvement. And I think we are still doing that. We are doing that taking into account legislation that's coming up. But yes, legislation seldomly covers new things, but they just confirm what we already should be doing. And also in this case, but it makes us a little bit nervous. But it should not make us so nervous that we stop at compliance with legislation now, or we stop think beyond legislation now, because that same legislation will provide us with a solid base to make that next step, and to go from, well, let's say we heard it here, financial reporting was a parallel that was made. Do we want to be as credible as financial reporting? I'm from a food safety background. I have some activities also there. And that's where we have been moving from a compliance tick-the-box exercise, that was really a tick-the-box exercise, to much more a systematic approach. And now there's even legislation in Europe on food safety culture. And I think if we think about the next step, we are really thinking about making the step to human rights, social and environmental compliance culture in our supply chains. And that's also the reason that we have a hard time as companies, and I'm representing also one food retailer, we have a hard time to really be a front runner without taking along our competitors in the market, our suppliers in the market, and everybody. So we can be a front runner only when we help others to perform and to thrive. And I think that's what we should keep in mind as amfori members here from today and also for the near future. Well, like I said, I'm between you and the network cocktail, and I won't make that too long anymore. But I certainly would like to say a few thank you words here, because tomorrow I'm not here. But I'm really proud also of Linda and her staff, everybody from amfori, organizing this day and making this all possible for us, on top of what they already do at the Secretariat day in, day out. So thank you very much, amfori staff. Having said that, we have great expectations from amfori. And we will put a lot of pressure on amfori. And it's fair, I think, as members, because you're there to serve the members. But I'm also pretty sure that in that responsibility, you cannot really make a lot of progress if the members also not step up and show their efforts. Because that cooperation needs to be there. We need the input from the members, but we also need the members to perform alongside with amfori, or I should say it the other way around, amfori should perform alongside the members. So that's also for you as members, well, let's say for the future, an important thing to act on. Then, also our national contact groups. That's specific groups of our members. I think in the past, they have been a little bit at the background always, also for the board. We have made an attempt to be closer to the national contact groups, also by having board sponsors to each and every country. And I heard Kelly saying today, you're not my connect person anymore. So yeah, well, you're not the orphan, you get another one. No, we as a board, we want to be close to you. But thank you also national contact groups for your efforts locally to make things also locally applicable and adapt what we do in the central office or as a board. And actually, the biggest thank you is for the members, of course. I mean, you need to make it happen. You give the trust to the amfori organization to do a part of your job or help you in your job what you cannot ignore anymore to do. So thank you very much, everybody. I wish you a very nice cocktail reception, networking cocktail, very nice evening, and please, I hope to see you all back tomorrow morning, fresh, here. Thank you.
And you thought you could go and have your drinks. We wanted to have our say. How did you enjoy today?
I loved it so much. I think we should have a 2-hour session on
Yes!
due diligence.